All right, good morning, everybody. If you can hear me and if I sound okay, hit that number 1, please. And if you can hear me and if I sound all right, hit that number 1. Mark, the man, Mike. Abel, Brett, RT. All right, thank you. Pickles, great. Appreciate it. All right, well, let me first just get this off more so for those of you that watch this in the archive. If you do watch this in the archive, thank you very much. But the way to support the stream is to use code CLAY, all caps, any of these prop firms. This is totally viewer supported. There's no sponsorships or anything like that. So yes, if you ultimately want the live stream to continue, then the way to ensure that happens is, like I said, with any of these prop firms I recommend Take Profit Trader. But use code CLAY, all caps, with any of these firms. So thank you. First off, for watching in the archive, but also for supporting the stream with code CLAY. All right, let's get this officially going here. Wow, this thing is continuing to bleed. Goodness. Well, do we have any members here of the community that took that alert? Goodness. This is why I just shake my head and like, you know what? Some people that they just don't understand, just they're so cheap. So cheap. Drives me nuts. Anyways, here we go. I mean, here it was. Clay, what do you get in your private community? Is it worth it? Well, I don't know. Here was the call out right here. Flush point with the image. There is that trend lines. There is that breakdown. Now, let me be very clear. Did I have any idea that it would flush over 100 points? That would be a lie on my part. I didn't know that a 100-point flush was coming. But hey, you know what? 100-point flushes do happen. So any of you here that are in the community that took that, massive congratulations to you. Massive congratulations. So good job. I'm up 28 points. All right. So, okay. Well, anyways. Good morning. It is Thursday, February 12th. The year is 2026. We are quickly approaching the 1-year anniversary on Monday of the stream. Abel, good job. You should still be part of the community, you cheapskate. You dirty cheapskate. I'll say it to you right now. Now, if you've never been here, Abel's been around a long time, so I'm allowed to call him names because he knows I'm just messing around with him. But no need to try to justify. Well, I already took it. I guarantee you there's plenty of other ones you didn't take that could have been nice and juicy. But, so remind me at 11 a.m. to go over my day. Yeah, I'm very happy with this, but there's also some luck behind it. So I'll explain the luck behind it. I would argue self-created luck in a sense, if that is a thing. But remind me at 11 a.m. That way, because I know people are going to ask about it. So that way we can at least refer people back to the 11 a.m. mark. So somebody remind me at 11 a.m., hey, Clay, talk about your day, or talk about your morning, that is. But yes, welcome. Friendly reminder, if you've been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, please hit that like button. I know it doesn't seem like it does a whole lot, but it does make a big difference. So yes, if you've been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, hit that like button. And sorry, just realized I need to get some other things set up here on the screen. But like I said, yes, that does help. That does make a difference. And then, yeah, I think that's my opening spiel. But yeah, so how is everybody's days going? Green, red, terrible, great, fantastic, disaster, best day ever, worst day ever. There's my cursor. I am thinking about maybe along down here at this dotted brown line, which is a pivot point, but we'll see. P&L is a roller coaster today. Put another 1,200 on the 50. Nice job, Evil. Alan, does anyone know if Monday is? I would assume so. I guess I don't know for sure, Alan, but given it was open on Martin Luther King Day, I would assume it's just a shortened day on Monday. So it probably closes, again, I'm just talking off probably like 1 p.m. Eastern. And then it'll open back up normally at 6 p.m. Eastern. That's my guess. I don't know that off the top of my head, but that is my guess. Blew your first pro account, Gary. Well, just make sure you do not reset the pro account. That is very costly. Hopefully you've been already doing the racehorse model. Up 20 or 212 on pro. Good job. Good job, Ty. It is approaching the pivot point. I'm not going to just blindly buy right there, though. Especially when the 5-minute right now is looking like this. Well, it was. What was it looking like? Well, it was a big upper shadow. So now if the price comes down here, that is implying that I'm now buying after this little miniature failed bounce. Do I want to be buying after a failed bounce? Not quite sure on that. So that's something where kind of got to keep that in mind. Entries were impatient, causing me to sit and draw down. Bummer. Stress, but great after the flush. Oh, good. Oh, nice. Good. I'm glad. 5-minute is waterfall. It's something. It's something. It's something that anybody trying to catch knives and go long is not enjoying. Whatever you want to call that. My power went up for, oh boy, 10 minutes. I had an entry set up, a target and stop loss, hoping it wouldn't hit. It did, and with blind luck, it went in my favor. Well, Octo, sometimes I'm going to be not the total same topic, but, if you have a good trade plan, sometimes you can have some self-created luck, where things work out, but did it work out just out of random luck? No. You had a reasonable played trade plan. Some great, thanks, Greg. Yeah, and good job to you on the day. Nice little discussion about YOLOing in the private community this morning, so that was good. So maybe along here. Let's see if I get 90. That's still that doesn't seem like that much of a distance. Like if I were to get long right here at 90 and put my stop below here, that's about a 17-point stop. That's a decent sized stop right there. So one of these days where you're going to want to make sure if you look at your distance between your entry and your stop, the distance visually may not look like a whole big distance, but make sure you look at the points because it might actually be way bigger than what you were actually thinking. Yeah, even now I was thinking, okay, do I try to buy the breakout of these highs, throw my stop down here? But yeah, that's basically a 35, about a 40-point stop. That's crazy. 40-point stop. That's aggressive. For me, at least. I don't know. Maybe you're like, now if you're doing like one MNQ, then you're probably usually, you're routinely risking probably 60 points. But you're also a sway trader that's, probably willing to hold for hours on end. Wow, Evil, that's nuts. Congrats. Futures will close 1 p.m. Eastern Monday. All right, yeah, that's what I thought. So yeah, I will stream the open on Monday since it's an early close. So yes, be here bright and early on Monday. I will stream the open. We'll hang out until I guess from open till close at that point. Hey, good morning, AJ. So we do have another bear pennant, bear flag, whatever you want to call it. Probably a bear pennant would be more accurate. But man, this thing is already beat down so much. Does it really have another leg down? If you're trusting the bear pennant, never going to. Tricky part with the bear pennant is it's also happening right above a pivot point. That doesn't mean it can't work out, but man, now you're throwing that extra little kind of roadblock that the bears have to push down through. Yeah, maybe this will punch me in the face for going against the bear pennant, but I'm gonna try the long here. Again, I am going against the bear pennant, but trying to trust the pivot point. Come on, pivot point. Give me that bounce. And that's what the dotted brown line is right there. I did go against the bear pennant. I'm going to add another 5 at that green line if it wants to come back up. Essentially trying to play a fake breakdown of the pivot, fake breakdown of this bear pennant. Whoop. Right now, that's like, what are you talking about, boy? Fake breakdown. There ain't no fake breakdown here. Well, wow. All right, well, congrats. I went against the bear pennant, and the bear pennant said, what are you doing, you dent? Now, why am I holding so much? Because I have plenty of green on the day, so I'm just trying to give this thing plenty of wiggle room. I only have 5 MNQs. There's where my stop will be. So this thing either bounces now or comes down and hits in. Oh, so close to being stopped. Well, congrats any of you that played the bear pennant breakdown. In hindsight, looks pretty stupid I've gone against the bear pennant, but I really thought there was a chance it'd be a fake break and then, bounce off the pivot. But I'm about to get stopped, and I am stopped, so alrighty then. Oh, of course she does, Anthony. Of course. Who played the bear pennant breakdown? Give me a 2. Who have you played that? I'm not even going to get upset about it. That was good for you guys. Anybody that played that breakdown, the power of independent thinking. Then you're like, what are you doing, you baboon? I don't think that's going to be a fake breakdown. I think that bear pennant's going to deliver. I disagree. I'm getting short. Congrats. You chose wisely. The power of independent thinking. I was on break, so I missed. Oh, bummer. What time did that happen at? 10. Okay, that was just a big old volume candle right there. Just got stopped out. Man, that still, it's just like, man, well done. Well done. Hey, good morning, Force Fed. Hey, Candlestick, where you been? Seems like it's been a while since I've seen you. I will kind of want to go for a long again just because this is such a big overall move down, but got to be careful. Got to be careful with these knives. Especially on a movement like this. This from, if the price were to travel from here, so let's just say, if the price were to cover this box, right? So go from here to here, it's like, okay, I mean, that's not that much of a space on the chart. That's still 20 points. And especially if you're talking NQ, 20 points on NQ. Then you start talking about multiple contracts. Man, that can add up in a hurry. In India, it's 9:30 p.m., but morning, Clay. Well, hello, all the way from India. Yep, I'll talk about the trade here in 2 minutes. So remind me in case I forget. But yeah, I know there's going to be people that comment on it, so I only want to talk about it once. So I'll just be able to refer people back to a certain timestamp, and if they want to go back and listen, then they can do that. Because to be fair to everybody, technically speaking, you're all here, which I appreciate. If you're here right now, you are technically early. So to be fair to the people that show up at 11, I can't be like, well, you should have been on time. They're like, I was on time. Your thing said 11 a.m. What do you mean you already talked about it? You talked about it early. They have a fair point. Now, if you show up at 11:01, then I don't feel bad because you are technically late. But all of you right now are still technically early, which is why I don't want to talk about it right now. I'm holding for 25K. Well, I mean, at this rate, you're quote-unquote only 15 points away. So seems like you have a very reasonable chance to get 25 at this point. I'm going to try to scalp some shorts when the candles go up 5 points for fake break. Oh, really? You're only waiting for 5-point bounces? That's interesting. I mean, I would wait for a little bit more than a 5-point bounce before thinking short, but hey, we all got our different approaches. Hey, Lobberdobber. All right, I guess I can get some of this prepped. Yeah, let's do this. There we go. Yeah, that'll help. All right, 11 a.m. All right, I'm going to go over just real quickly. So let's see what it is. This is 16-minute mark. So if we tell people from here on out, just scroll back to the 16-minute mark. I'm going to talk about this one because I assume people are going to ask about it. And this was, yeah, good trade. Some luck involved, but I would also argue self-created luck. So let me map out this area right here. So this was based off of the 5-minute time frame. So this was right before the opening bell here. And I was looking for potential. Okay, let's do this instead. So I was originally looking for some sort of breakout. I had some lines drawn like this, thinking, okay, let's see if this wants a breakout. But then I was like, okay, well, if it doesn't want to break out, what about a pullback? And then I was like, okay, well, maybe some sort of double bottom. So I noticed this. So, you draw this over here and you're like, well, wait a second. Not only do we have a double bottom, we also have the VWAP and we also have the 200 period simple moving average, that pink line at 320. So I was like, okay, well, it'll be the open. Things can get very, very kind of sketchy. So let me just err on the side of caution. Let me try 320. So 320 based off of, this whole dynamic here. If it comes down, now if it comes back up, I was also ready to potentially take something long. But that is where I had, that is where the entry point of 320 came from. So we'll get this out of the way now. And let's map out 320, 320, 320. Okay. So there's where the 320 mark was coming from on the 2-minute. Opening. Oops, sorry. Let's go back to NQ. Sorry. Cut me some slack. Okay. So this is the 2-minute. There's that 320 mark that I was talking about, where it came from. And then opening bell rang, and you can see right there, came down there, and I don't want to say I nailed it because I didn't nail it totally, but not too bad. Within like 3 or 4 points, hit there. However, because it was the open, because it's Tradovate, and Tradovate is getting a bit sketchy, it came down there, and the price literally dropped through my order, yet the line was still green, right? So for Tradovate, when you get filled, it turns blue. But I noticed the price was below my line, yet it was still green. I'm like, uh-oh. And then I waited, and then the price came back up because this happened pretty quick. And then all of a sudden it went blue. I'm like, okay, great. But by the time that it all happened, it had actually gone very much, way more so in my favor than I had originally planned. So that is where the luck came into play, where actually the glitch helped me stay in longer than what I had actually intended to stay in. So again, self-created luck. I think I had good logic behind why I put that order out there. And to, I guess, kind of pat myself on the back, it was good logic because I almost nailed the bottom there. But the luck came into play where, yes, the glitch helped me hold a little bit longer. But then I was like, all right, sell. And then nothing happened. I'm like, oh, great. Yeah, this is definitely a glitch. Then I clicked sell again. Now, those of you that use Tradovate, you know the problem I just did with that. I hit sell twice. And I should probably note right now, I'm still talking in theory. I'm still not sure all that happened, but this is how I recap it. All I know is there was a glitch, and it was starting to get kind of scary. So then all of a sudden, my order, I got out, and I'm like, okay, good. And I don't remember what it was. I want to say it was something over 2,000. But then all of a sudden, because I hit that second sell, I think I got short in there. And then I'm short. But then it came down enough where I'm like, okay, and then I just started to spaz. I spazzed out, and I just started to click this number like crazy. Because up there, If you're not familiar with trade ovate, that's kind of like the nuclear button. It exits out of the position. It cancels all orders. It does everything. So I sat there and I'm click, 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 click. And I got out. And when I got out, it was 33.60. And then I was, just still clicking, clicking. Because I'm like, how many times did I click sell? Is there another order that's going to show up there? And maybe there would have been, but because I clicked that, I canceled it. I don't know. All I know is that I'd be lying if I said that was like a perfectly executed trade plan and that's how I intended it, blah, blah, blah. No. It was a good trade plan, but because of the glitch, it helped me hold a little bit longer. And then because of the glitch, it randomly just gave me another good entry point that I scalped out for, I think, like another 1,000. So, that is where that came from, okay? So, yeah, some skill, some trade planning, but also to just full transparency, some luck. Again, I'd argue self-created luck, but there was definitely some luck in that trade too. So, well, if you want luck like that, then put on good trade plans, you dent. So there we go. That is how it went. So that is where that came from. So from here on forward, if somebody asks, we'll send them back to the 16-minute mark, and there we go. So that is where that came from. And then this trade came. Well, I was green. Wow, still just come on now. Is trade over? I don't know what's going on. Man, just continues to bleed. And then, yes, if you're just going to hear, that one came from, that was green, I think $80. And then I thought it was going to be a fake breakdown of the bear pennant. I thought, the pivot point here would provide some sort of at least a bounce. But no, the bear pennant was like, nope, no, you're wrong, brother. This is a real bear pennant. And we're going to have a real breakdown of the bear pennant. And I suffered the consequences. So that's where that came from. So anyways, there it was. I don't know, Lobber. I've had some close ones, but I don't know if I could give you a dollar value. Probably within a couple hundred, I would assume. But, all right, well, the bleeding just continues to go long here. Already bit me once trying to catch the knife, so that seems crazy. But to go short here seems crazy because it seems like you're just totally chasing the price. So translation, I'm not quite sure what to do right now. I'm not quite sure what's going on because, man, this has been a move where if you are short, you are really, really enjoying yourself. If you've been trying to catch knives, like myself on that last trade, probably not having as good of a time. Yeah, and again, I get it. In hindsight now, Clay, you had the chance to short right there, but you said that seemed crazy. You would have gotten another, 20 points. Yeah, agreed in hindsight. Abel is now down 700. Yeah. The knife catchers are not having a good go at it. The last 30 bar is a pulse bar, so likely continued lower. A pulse bar? That's a new one for me. Every day, I keep learning new terminology. Even after almost 20 years in the market, man. A pulse candle. Yesterday, I was told, no, consolidation is not actually consolidation. That's called negotiation. Oh, okay. Because I am a baboon, I'm going to try a long right here. Uh-oh. No. I'm out. Come on, Trado. Or is it I don't think it's my internet. Okay, right there, I clicked that button. Where's my order at? Did I not click it? Is my mouse gaslighting me? Okay, maybe I didn't. I don't even know. Right now, I'm just testing. Okay, this seems... But for sure, when I put in that order, there was a slight delay there. What a morning was down, I thought. I'm guessing you went short? What is it? Can somebody tell me what a pulse candle is? Does anybody know what a pulse candle is? Pulse. Trade of 8. Yeah, yeah. I think I experienced a glitch, but I think, well, doggone it. I was. You saw me. I had a long order in there for a second, and then Trade of 8 glitched me out. But I guess I can't be too upset about the glitches, given the morning glitch, as I explained, helped me out quite a bit. Got my gains going short a few minutes ago. Well, that would make sense. Did you YOLO? Did you go huge position size? Is that how you made the swing back? Or was it like you just scored like 80 points on something? You know, this, I don't know how this is very smart, but I'm going to just go with the trend. I'm short. I'm going to put my stop up there, and let's see if this thing can just continue with the bleed. Put my first target down at the lows, and just in case it continues the party down, I'll throw another one down there. Okay, that's close enough where I want to get this to break even now, at least. All right, so break even on that one. I think maybe a small win. Well, it was. I thought I was going to, pick up another nice smooth movement down to there. That's why I decided to move my stop down, but it came back up a little bit. Hey, thanks. Same to you, Carl. Same to you. Do we try the double bottom? I'll try it with 3. Let's do the fake break double bottom. Oh, no, don't be an act. Okay. Well, I guess technically speaking, it did fake break very slightly, but I thought it'd fake break a little bit more. All right, well, never mind on that one. Is gold? Oh, my goodness. Oh, boy. Look at gold. Look at gold. Oh, my goodness. Some people just got either paid or absolutely cooked. I think more people got cooked because I bet there were some longs that were like, all right, I'm going to look to go long here at the lows right here. I'm gonna buy. I'm gonna throw an order out there. Maybe they're also thinking we have a support zone. Oh my goodness, because we have an overnight low right there. So maybe there's even some of you in here that were thinking that very thing. I'm getting long down around there. Code Clay. That's all I'll say. Code Clay, all caps. Because pretty sure your account got absolutely roasted. Even if you're maybe, I don't know what the slippage on that would have been, but man. Silver 2. Oh, boy. Oh, silver's back to being nuts. Look. The distance here, it's okay. Oh, boy. Silver is... Now, if you... Okay, fair warning as always. Hello? Oh, there... Oh, okay. That was weird. I lost like 80 viewers in like the blink of an eye, but they just recovered back up, so I'm not sure what happened right there. Anyways, warning if you trade silver. If you trade silver and if it goes in your favor, you'll probably make like $1,000 in 2 seconds, and I'm not exaggerating. But the problem is you're now going to be addicted. But yes, yesterday it was so boring on silver that like I had no temptation. But now seeing this, that I can see I still got a little bit of addiction in me. What is this? Oh my goodness, trader. What is this? Hello? Okay, Trader 8's now giving me the white screen of I don't know what. Okay, over here they're still working, I think. Yeah. So there's my 5-minute working. Why does this white? I can't hit refresh. This is the desktop platform. Hello? All right, well. Yeah, maybe I will just have to shut it down. Addiction is bad. No, well, it depends what you're addicted to. All right, I guess I'll just have to shut her down. No, I don't. No. I don't want to remove this from my layout. Okay, well, there it was anyways. Okay. Oh, man. I think this is the first time this has happened. I guess, sure, real quick. Maybe kind of, sort of. Well, while we're waiting, I'll turn this into a little bit of a commercial as we get the new setup and platform, blah, blah, blah. But if you do want to support the stream, code Clay with any of these prop accounts are a way that you can help support the stream. Okay, let's get that. Oh my goodness, this is something right now. All right, let's see here. Bear with me. We're having a Tradeovate. I don't. To be fair to Tradeovate, I don't know if it's a Tradeovate issue or not, but I got the white screen. I thought it was the blue screen of death, but on Tradeovate, I guess it's the white screen. Never had this one though. Oh my! What is this? Is this gold? What am I looking at? Where am I? Where am I right now? Okay. I guess we're fine. Oh my! What happened? Who said what? This is definitely news driven. What's the news? NQ just dropping like a rock. I'm so discombobulated right now. I think we're all set to go. My guess would be something about interest rates. Did somebody just say that interest rates are for sure not getting cut, or did somebody say something like we're going to raise interest rates? I mean, that would be my guess off the top of my head. I don't know why they would say that, but I mean, what's Bitcoin doing right now with all this? Is Bitcoin also getting? Yep, Bitcoin's also getting punched right now. But gold, that cooked. This is such a good argument for why prop firms in my mind make so much sense. Can you imagine somebody in their own cash account that just maybe had one blip, one little hiccup, one maybe little rule break? You know, I'm not going to say and therefore they just lost their whole life savings. I'm not saying that, but man, on movements like this, all it takes is to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, make one little mistake, kind of break one little rule, and then even if you quickly recover, like, oh crap, I just broke that rule. Okay, let me start to behave again. Even that on moves like this can be brutal. Oh, now if you don't trade gold, but I'm telling you right now, this distance right here is a lot. 20 points on gold is nutso, and this has now gone way more than 20 points, and it's still going. Gold dropped 5 points, made 3,000. Nice job, Pastry. Yeah. Now, if you're on the right side of this, you are. I mean, can I have a ride on your private jet type thing? Now, if you're right on this and short on silver, I mean, you're like buying Canada right now, right? Like anybody that was short here and is still holding, they're now saying, "Hey, Canada, I own you now. I'm buying all your debt." Like that's all right, I got to get off silver. I'm going to tempt myself. Again, if you try to trade silver, SI, and it works out, fair warning, you're going to make thousands of dollars in just a few seconds, and I'm not exaggerating. The problem, though, is you're going to become addicted to it, and silver bites. Silver can bite. So, and I'm a recovering addict. All right, I got to go. I'm not, this is beyond my pay grade. I don't even know if MGC would be smart. All right, maybe just one. I'm just going to do one MGC. We'll see how quick or even one MGC adds up on stuff like this. Oh, try to get short. Okay, I'm short. Oh my goodness, look at that. Look how fast that number is fluctuating. Uh-oh. And then that fast it went up. Look at that. This is one MGC on the you're going to come. I'll go one more. Come up. Come on, some more. Give me some more. Give me some more. Get below that blue line. Come down. There we go. I'll take that. Wow, 117 on only two MGC, and it barely went below that blue line. Again, only 2 MGC barely went below my average price and still 117. And in the world of prop firms and just, I mean, this number, bare minimum, what is it? So if you're doing, I can't remember now. So if take profit trader, even the bare minimum. So again, that number that you saw was 2. I had 2. Yes, on even the 20. So bare minimum, if you had $90, you could get yourself this account. You could have gotten 30 of what I just had. I had 2 of those. I could have gone, again, if you were a take profit trader, bare minimum account size, you could have gone up as high as 30 of those things that I had 2 of that added up to 117, even though the price barely moved in my favor. That's what I mean by like precious metal. Well, first off, futures are just awesome, but precious metals are like a whole nother level up. And this is still gold. Silver would make what happened there look like nothing. Wait, what are you talking about? Yeah, that's how crazy silver is. Can't believe this state of affairs. What state of affairs are you referring to? Wow. Okay, have we found the news? Is there news? Or was there a tweet? NQ just still bleeding. Checking. I'm not seeing anything. Some of you are like on point with the tweets. No tweets or anything out there? No. That's old news at this point. What are you talking about, man? That was like an hour ago. Yeah, hour ago is old news. I'm talking about something right here. Look at this volume. Like the volume tells a story. There is some sort of tweet or something. Look at yeah, and then silver. I literally I cannot. I don't even know like how to explain this movement here. If you were short and somehow you're still in, I mean, just mind-boggling amounts of money. Be honest, as somebody that has cooked my plenty, I've cooked many trade prop accounts, which again, with the way I view it, not even a huge deal the way I view prop firms. So I just say that because I'm not going to judge anybody. Like I don't look at people. Oh, you've blown prop accounts. You're not a good trader. That's not how I look at it at all. Who's lost an account on this move? Anybody? Did anybody get in a prop account cooked on gold or silver on this downwards move? Or I guess really even on NQ or MNQ, it's all dropping. Anybody? Again, I don't ask because I'm going to judge. I get it. Oh, you lost 2 pro on it? I can see it, man. That was a brutal move. 1 eval. Philly. Lost 4 account. Yeah, there are some movements where people, where I would be like, how? Like, you must have really lost your mind. How did you lose an account there? This is not one of those circumstances. This is nutso. So, again, I'm not saying if you're one of the people that lost one of your prop accounts, cooked it, or lost a few, I'm not saying to laugh about it. I'm not saying to not take it serious. However, what I am saying is don't be like, man, I'm such a terrible trader. Like, no. This is just crazy action right now. So, again, don't laugh about it. Don't take it lightly. But at the same time, don't beat yourself up too much about it. This is just, especially in the precious metals, goodness. I have reset my 150K. Yeah, no, again, some days I struggle to see how people could be losing accounts. But today is not, especially this movement. is not one of those days. This is crazy. All right, I'm going to try a short here. See if it wants to come back down. In. I'll take that scalpy scalp there. So small little scalpy scalp. I think I made about $70 on that one. Yeah, I'm not talking about my day anymore. I already talked about it. If you go back to the 16-minute mark, if you go back to the 16-minute mark of the stream, you'll hear about all that. So onwards and upwards. Trying to long here to 970. I was gonna say, dude, what are you talking about? That's like so far away. But then I look at the chart. I'm like, oh, okay, that's just how volatile it is right now. Okay, we are at a pivot point on the 5-minute actually. So you can't really see it because it's behind the white line. The white line on my chart denotes the low of the day. So right now, low of the day is basically this pivot point. So I am a baboon, but I am thinking about maybe trying to catch the knife here, which, again, is very baboon-like because this thing is... But I will wait for confirmation. I'm not just going to blindly buy just in case this dump continues. Hey, if you're enjoying in any way, shape, or form, make sure to hit that like button. We've got to have this up to the 100 like mark by the 1 hour point. So we got about 19 minutes to get this up to 100 likes. If you're new here, I just use likes as a gauge of interest. My thought process is quite simple. I really don't want to spend my time doing things that people aren't really that entertained by or finding much value in. But how do I gauge that interest? How do I gauge that value? That is where the likes come into play. And I've learned that at this point in the live stream's history, if people are interested, if people are entertained, if people are finding value, then I should have no problem getting up to 100 likes by the 1 hour mark. So yeah, if you are enjoying in any way, shape, or form, like I said, the like button does have very practical, kind of for me, time management metric type value. So yeah, make sure you hit the like button. If not, that's fine. We'll just make it a 1 hour stream. But if you are enjoying, please hit the like button. All right, I'm glad I waited for confirmation because as of now, it's not really seemingly... Where did my pivot... See, my pivot point just disappeared. I don't know why it does that sometimes on the 2-minute. And gold just continues to drop. Shame on me. That's short. With my 2 MGCs. Yeah, gold just... Yeah, a lot of accounts being lost right now. So there are some accounts out there that I'm sure are getting paid very nicely too. But as of right now, oh boy. I gotta stop watching silver. What am I stop? Dude, don't even do it. Get off. All right, there we go. It's one of these where I'm like, okay, maybe I just start small here, add some more, add some more, add some more, add some more, and then put my stop right there. But I'm like, well, wait a second. If I start adding here, my ultimate stop on what could be a bigger position size is like 70 points away. It's like, wait a second. I can't be having a 70 point, give or take stop on a bigger position size because I keep building. Now, if this was like a 30 point range, that's a way different equation. But like, that's what I mean is just keep in mind over here. Keep in mind over here, you may only think that you're risking, if you look at where your entry is and where your stop is, you're like, okay, that's a small little distance. Check the points because that small little distance still may be 40 points. Hey, what do you think, FX Money? What do you think of... First off, thank you for using code Clay. What do you think of futures now that you've switched over? They're pretty nice, aren't they? They got good movement. All right, do I try another little... All right. I'm going to just start with 1. And I can add a little bit if I need to. Now, I'm not going to average down into oblivion. Don't hear what I'm not saying, but... Okay, here we go. Maybe. And I'm going to move it down a little bit more now. Yes, I'm knife catching. This one's giving me about 11 points on the bounce. I'll take it. Now, I only have one, so it's not going to be a massive gain. But like I said, I'm willing to buy some more. All right, so now in hindsight, doggone it, why didn't I go with like 50 of those things, right? Oh, we got jokesters in the room. You know the goal is 100, and so you guys stop it at 99. You jokesters. Thank you. We got some rebels out there. They're like, no, I'm not going to go along with this prank. All right. So got the knife catch there for, I think I made like 11 points on it. Again, in hindsight, I wish I would have just went full size, but again, that's hindsight. Had it kept coming down, I'd be sitting there like, man, I'm glad I didn't start super heavy. What is a pulse candle? Okay, slow-witted lion. You cannot keep telling us what a pulse candle is unless you explain what a pulse candle is. As far as I've seen, none of us know what you're talking about. It's a momentum indicator. So the indicator has, okay, I guess it's not necessarily a type. I thought it was like a type of candlestick. Now if I'm understanding right, it's an actual indicator. I got into futures trading, I don't know, like a year and a half ago. Maybe almost 2 years now. I don't know. Not that long ago. But I've been trading for many years. The one good decision I made a long time ago is I decided to learn charts and technical analysis. Because the cool thing about charts and technical analysis is all it's telling you is what a price is doing. And do you know what have prices? Stocks have prices. Options have prices. Crypto have prices. Forex has prices. And also futures have prices. So for all of you that made the commitment whenever it was, way back whenever, to decide I just want to learn charts, great job. Because a lot of people are like, oh man, I'd love to get into futures, but man, I don't have time to learn how to trade futures. I don't know if I want to put in the effort to learn how to trade futures. I'm like, well, do you already use charts? They're like, yeah. I'm like, well, then you're 97% of the way there. The final 3% is just understanding points, which are super easy. Futures are measured in points. And then each point has a certain dollar value. So like on NQ, for example, 1 point per contract equals $20. So if something moves 10 points and you have one contract, and if, again, 10 points and 1 point is worth $20, then per contract you made $200, right? $20 per point times 10 points is $200 per contract. Therefore, if you had one contract, $200. If you had two contracts, $400, so on and so forth. So if you understand that math that I just walked you through, there you go. You now know how to trade futures. There you go. Again, the good decision you made whenever you made it was deciding to learn how to use charts. So yeah, Alan, it's not really a matter of, man, man, you got quick. It's like, well, I've been trading charts for a long time now. Some books to read, please. Don't read books. Books are dirt. Books will not teach you how to trade. Now, if you're doing any book on psychology, I'll say those are fine for trading because a lot of trading is psychology. But no, how to trade for dummies. I promise you that is not going to teach you how to trade. That is true, Cody. Yeah, Cody just gave the Holy Grail. Bulls are really fighting right now. Are they, though? I don't know. Or are we just supposed to believe that they are? Okay, this is a very heavy trade that I'm going to take, but I like it enough, so I'm going to try 8. for a short there. Again, kind of a risky trade because 8 MNQ on a day like today is a little bit of an aggressive move on my part, but let's see if it wants to come back down and continue on with the trend. Put some targets down there. Come on. Come on, trend. Be my friend. Or not. Do I add? That's a lot. I mean, I do like it. I am. If this comes back down, I'm adding another 8. This is definitely getting very aggressive on my part, but like I said, if it comes back down, man, that's going to be a beautiful, if it comes back down at this point. Well, all right, got to get out. Yeah, okay, I'm still fine, but I knew that was a risk. If this comes back down, I'm adding again, or I'll get back in. Yes, I know. I had a chance at a scalpy scalp. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I was looking at green if I chose the management style of scalpy scalp, but I thought it'd maybe come down some more. I don't know, Mohammed. I have not seen any sort of news. It does not seem like there's actually any news out here like of why we're experiencing this big move in precious metals and everything else. So all I have for you right now, there are clearly more sellers than buyers. Selling in the hole? What's selling in the hole? I've never heard of that expression. All right, I'm going to try again right here. Short. But only if it comes down there. All right, well, never mind. That thing just continues to seemingly go back up right now. All right, 21 EMA right there. So maybe, just maybe, we get something around there. I will say this, I'm glad I stopped out of that one where I did. Had I tried to get fancy for my britches, man, that loss would be not good. This may be the biggest baboon trade, but I'm sorry. If I can get filled there, that's going to look so nice. Not looking like it's going to come back down, so. Hey, good job, Trades by Zai. Congrats on your payout. That's fantastic, man. Good stuff. Okay, maybe interested in trying another trade here. Now, step one is, would prefer it just come straight up here, bump its head there. Well, Blackout, I think there have been some big swings in everybody's accounts, including kind of mine. But I did size up. And with this volatility, I knew what was at stake, but I've done my macro risk management. So I knew that I wasn't at risk of throwing my day red, but now it's coming back down. Okay, in. Keep dropping. Just in case there's all of a sudden quicker move back to the downside here. Well, I don't know. I still like it, but maybe I have too much trust in the overall trend right now. The overall trend being down, maybe this thing does want to come up a little bit more. So if this one doesn't work out, I'm gonna have to just kind of wave the white flag and be like, all right, Clay, maybe things are changing around. Because I can't, if this thing is actually some sort of V shape, then I cannot sit here and just paper cut myself to death. But yeah, this candle does not have me feeling good at all. No, RKO? I don't think so. If I understand your question, I don't think. Short at 20. If you want, yeah, I wouldn't call you crazy, but I'm already short, so. Come on. Good job, Fit Man. Good job. Yeah. Well, my hope is waning on this one here. Still going to give it a chance. Again, trying to trust the overall trend, but man, it's getting more and more difficult. Every time it just keeps putting in these lower shadows. I don't know. I'd like to think it can still overcome these lower shadows, which are created by buyers, but and then it keeps on putting in these higher lows. So, yeah. Not feeling very hopeful. She's bare. Well, I guess it depends on perspective. Some people are saying we got a bull pennant right now, and they're not wrong. Granted, it's a bull pennant in a very downwards environment, but yeah, all these lower shadows with these higher lows. It's not looking so good for me right now. Okay. That is my one hope here. It did reject off the 21, so maybe that's what it needed now to get some pushback down. Somebody said get short right there. I was like, yeah, that makes sense to me. So if anybody took that short right there, man, you quickly got into the green. I'm jealous of you. I am jealous of you. In hindsight, I was commenting on that level. I should have just, I guess, went with that, but this one right there fooled me. Yeah, another lower shadow, another higher low. Now, if one of these can at least break the low of here, I'm still not out of the woods, but at least it's not putting in higher lows anymore. That would at least give me a little bit more hope. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Now I feel a little bit better. Still, obviously, a lot of work that needs to be done, but there we go. There we go. You know what? I'm out. I'm out. That's a gift. That is a gift if I've ever seen one. It may still come down. It actually looking solid right now, but in some ways, I don't know. I don't know what to think of that. I was fully planning on, oh great, here we go. A nasty loss. So to see that happen, I mean, hindsight's either going to look really smart for taking the gift, or I'm going to look very stupid for, taking the false gift. So right now, all that hindsight is, I'm waiting to see was that a gift or was that a false gift, right? A false gift would be if this continues to bleed down. And then it will say, see, the market tricked you into taking that gift. It wanted to give you a way bigger gift. But as of now, I'm pretty glad I took the gift, given it's bouncing back up. But again, my stop was above the highs, so I'd still be in. So there is still a chance for it to come down, and then I'll be sitting here saying, oh, I took that false gift. But yes, after the length of time I was in that thing, man, for those of you that, if you're not really familiar with the style, man, that felt like a 401k investment. Oh, I remember you, Baru Bonchuk. You still owe me money. Baru Bonchuk told me to go short a couple days ago, so I blindly followed him, and then I got cooked. Okay, well, first off, Santino, thank you for using code Clay, and congrats on your first day. Up 1,300, good job. Yeah, this move here has me a little suspicious of the overall trend. Up until this point, these sorts of movements here would have, pretty much triggered the next leg down. It still may come, but right now, the fact that this move here actually is now bouncing back up, I don't know. Is this some sort of indicator? So it has me leery. I was thinking, I don't know, do I try a short? But I don't think so right now. Especially if this candle from this range all of a sudden comes back up, that would be another failed rollover. So we have failed rollover here. That was a failed rollover. Will this be a failed rollover? I gotta say thank you, man, because I started the whole trading 3 months ago using your futures trading. Yeah, that's good stuff, Santino. What market prediction? Nothing close to the left. Well, at this point, I guess that was a false gift, but whatever. It is what it is. Maybe a double bottom. So if this comes down here, do we get a double bottom? I don't know. For you lovers of double bottoms, here you go. Maybe. Ooh, gold. Oh my, yeah. What does gold look like on the 2 minute? Okay, yeah, on the 5 minute. Right there, that candle at the pivot point. I'm not calling you crazy at all if you're short right now on this one and going to see if this wants to continue down. Not calling you crazy. I'm not going to join you on it, but I'm certainly not going to accuse you of having some random trade plan. Who here is trading gold today? Give me a 5 if you are trading gold today. Where's our gold traders at? Pastry. Oh, yeah, you're AJ. Just 2? Really? Okay, 3. Oliver, Jocko was. Trevor, 5. But so, Giazza, what's the deal? Are you able to trade or no? FX, the Amped Outdoorsman. Man. I mean, I took the gold trade, but I was cracking some walnuts. I think I'll stick with MNQ on a day like today. Today is just, wow. Trading my kidney for lunch money. Atta boy. That's what I like to hear. That's dedication right there, boy. Oh, cool. Well, glad to hear you're gonna you're allowed to trade them. Yeah, so that's good stuff. I filled out your app for moderator. Yeah, I'll get back to you from now until 10 years from now. Pretty respectable timeline. That lineup there is kind of a key point now, I think, that the chart has revealed in itself. Where if the price can get up through there and then start to stay above it, is that kind of the area where maybe that's a leading indicator that the tide is turned and that maybe the Bears are starting to, or I'm sorry, the Bulls are starting to regain some footing. I don't know, just thinking out loud, but that's kind of what I'm thinking right now. See, now, why do I have silver, or why do I, not silver, why do I have oil? Ooh, oil getting spicy too, huh? Everything. Do we still not have any news? Ooh, oh my goodness, some people just got roasted. The problem is, double bottom people also got cooked. What are you talking about, Clay? It didn't move that far below the double bottom. Oh, but in the world of silver, that move right there, cooked. And then for it to bounce, oh man. So this silver just sent some longs on tilt. They attempted double bottom, which again, I can see what they were doing. But unfortunately, it dropped too far below and then bounced. And then any shorts that shorted here, now if they were scalping, that was plenty of room for a scalp. But if they were wanting more, they got cooked. They're cooked now. Gold with a bit of a bounce up. All right, I was wondering if this, so they're not totally mirror imaging one another, because gold right now has a big green candle, and then looking at MNQ, not a big green candle. So I wasn't quite sure if they were completely mirroring each other. Silver and gold seem to be. All right, let's go back to gold. Are we going to now be looking at a red candle right here on the 2-minute? Yes, okay. So gold, silver, basically mirroring one another, which, I mean, that does make sense. They're precious metals, obviously, but for a while, it seemed like everything was mirroring everything because everything was just dropping. I'm stuck now. What do you mean you're stuck? You got a glitch? You can't, what happened? You can't put in a stop loss or what? What do you mean you're stuck? I finally got 4 active accounts. Burned 3 of them. Up 2,500 payout. You're up 2,500 in the account, or you're $2,500 above the buffer, Zooks. So you're eligible for a $2,500 payout. Oh my goodness. I don't think I'm going to be able to resist this. If this comes back down here to 453, I think I have to take that short. If it comes back down there, I think I have to take a swing short. 2,500 above buffer. Wow. Congrats. Well, that's kind of the whole idea that I'm thinking through with prop firms. Like you said, you had 4 accounts. You cooked 3 of them. I'm assuming being pretty aggressive. You got aggressive again on gold, but it actually worked. And now you're eligible for $2,500. Which very, very, very easily pays for those other 3 accounts that you cooked. So, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'm still thinking through it. It's almost like, is YOLO... I don't know. But, like, that's kind of a good example of it. Had 4. So, think about it. You're at a 25% win rate. Yet, you're well in the green now. Almost paid. Yeah, that's true too. I mean, you're almost back in the green after a whole lot of accounts. Yeah. But congrats. Good job. Right. Are you going to keep trading it, or are you good? Is that a... Okay. To short or not to short? That is the question. I'm shorting. Let's see this breakdown continue. I didn't trust the bear pennant earlier, and it cost me. Let's see if this one wants to pay. Why I'm doing... Well, I know why I'm doing 8, because I am still plenty green. But doing 8 MNQ is just overkill. Unless it works out, and then I'll be saying, why didn't I do 16? I'm adding more. I'm going to trust this bear pennant. Bear pennants have been good to me. Put out some targets there just in case there's kind of a quick flush. So I will, I guess, technically add to a winner because my entry is the blue line. So if it comes down here, I'm going to add in some more. If it comes back down, though. We are actually back above the bear pennant, aren't we? All right, come on, trend line, get out of the way. You don't trust anything anymore? Well, we'll see if I join you. If this one does me wrong. Come on, bear pennant. Get back below that trend line. Then let's see some continuation of the downside. Come on. If it fails, 880. Take shorts. Hasn't it already failed 880? 880 is up here. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Come on. There was a delay in my message. Okay. Looks like it wants to. We'll see. I hope you're right. All right, me and Dash are in it. I think Black Current pops in it too, apparently. We are sticking above the lower trend line here of the bear pennant. When I got in, we were actually below it, but then it popped back up and therefore back inside of it. Maybe if I delete that line out, it'll just come down easier. Isn't that how trading works? Just delete your lines out? Come on. I'm going to add, well. I was going to say I'm going to add at the red line now if it comes back down. Try to anticipate, kind of play around another break of that trend line. Come on. And I will add to the position at the red line if it comes back down. Try to look to play another breakdown of the pennant, and maybe this is the breakdown that actually gives follow through. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Come on, come on. Come on down. But let's see this in my favor now. That got, what time is it? Oh, noon. Was there something that just happened at noon? Come on, break. Be the real break here. Come on. Okay, and added. Come on. Okay, got one target hit, another target hit. Keep coming down. Do not bounce. I got a couple targets hit, but not enough to make sure this is a green trade. Come on, push, 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 push. Come on. I'm laser focused because I got to figure out if I'm going to bail or not. I need this thing to keep coming down like now. Nope, out. Maybe it'll come down, but when you load up with that amount of size on a day this volatile, come on, I need it to keep coming down. Maybe hindsight, I guess I would have been okay, but when you load up with that amount of size, you lose the luxury of kind of just sitting back and waiting to see what happens. I added, and like I said, I gave it a chance. You saw me give it a chance. You saw me get very quiet and just focused in because I'm like, come on, come on, come on. And even now, it's still not quite. Yes, I would have gotten a couple more targets hit, but Well, I could have done a lot of things, Coco. Goodness. Come on, just as an FYI. Like, let me put it this way, Coco. If you had just taken a trade and you're a little irritated about the trade, I promise you I would not show up like, well, you could have done this, you could have done that. Yeah, coulda, woulda, shoulda. I think, and which is understandable. I do the same thing. Like, you see people on a live stream and you don't think they're like a real person. So, like, I understand you're just curious, but put yourself in my shoes, right? You know, that doesn't necessarily, I get it. I get it. Dude, chill out. I know, you're right. I should chill out. But again, that was, I will say though, as seeing this, sure, had I given it another, 5-6 seconds, I would have gotten a couple more targets hit. But this is just what I couldn't, risk happening. I don't know how your brain handles all this. Well, you have a false premise. You're assuming that my brain is handling all this. It is not. It is it is not. Cashed on my pro today. 8,000. Holy smokes. Well, you were definitely on the right side of some trade out there. Congrats. What trade was it? Well, I got to be honest. I feel pretty good about how I played that. I gave it a chance. It gave me a green trade. Had I held though, that would have been a rough one. So I'm glad I trusted it enough, but Bear Pennant, like I said, the Bear Pennant delivered eventually for me enough to have a green trade, but it did not deliver like that other Bear Pennant. What are you furious about? Blackout, talk to us. What are you furious about? Three NQ shorts literally on the first breakdown after market opened. Oh, that initial, well, good job, yeah. I can see how those would add up if you just let the thing work for you. All right, well. You deceived me, Lord. Well, okay, you didn't deceive me. It was a winning trade. It just, I was right on the edge. Come on. Come on. Oh, is this going to be a banger? Okay, I got to get out. And I'm glad I did. Hey Clay, would you ever consider showcasing your long-term positions and strategies you use? I actually already do that. That's part of the mentorship program. There's a class called Grow Rich, which is exactly that. All right, let's see. I don't know. I'm wondering if this turned into a chop fest now. Kind of centered around this pivot point. False breaks to the upside, but then never quite bounces before coming back down. So I don't know. Maybe it's now the more wise plays along down around, I don't know, 840-ish. Maybe 840 long if it comes back down. It failed your EMA line. Yeah, it failed. For now, at least it failed. Does it continue to fail? That's more so the question in my mind. I think I am. What did I say? 40? Yeah, I think I'll try along at 8-4. I don't know. Ah! All right, maybe this is just. Okay, that is my. I think is this the new channel we're in right here? Okay, that makes me feel better because it never technically went down. Oh, it got close. Actually, that is a good thing. That would have drove me. I said 840. It hit basically a low of 843. So had I actually thrown an order at 840, I would have been like, look how close you got before bouncing. Did anybody actually buy down there? Long it at 820. You long it at 820, Noah. You dent. I took that long for a scalp. Good job, Cody. Dang, that's a yeah. Pretty wild 2 candles here. Yeah, bought at 24,900. So you bought at 24,900 and then you sat through 60 points. Is it Noah? Yeah. Well, back in the timeout button for you. See you later. He has a track record here. Just so obnoxious when people talk like that, as if he knows the future. So no pun intended. That's just so obnoxious. All right. Well, maybe this is now the good thing about this range is this is almost a 100-point range. So it's like even if you just want to play the range, I mean, when you got 100 points to work with, I mean, kind of fine by me. Now, if it's a 7-point range, that makes life a little more challenging. But we're at almost a 100-point range here. Going to be a chop? Well, I don't know about that. I think it's a little early in the day, Finn, to be pronouncing that's going to be chop the rest of the day. Well, how do you know that's an EMA, Cam X? How do you know that's not an SMA? What makes you, out of curiosity, what makes you assume that's an EMA? This has been a pretty good. No, today's been epic. Today has been epic. Anybody complaining about the movement today in the sense of like, man, it's barely been budging. No, today's been way different than I'd say the first 3 days of the week. Especially the move on the precious metals. That was nutso. Yeah. Gold's barely moving. Got 100% return on hood. Why are you trading hood options is what I want to know. Why are you trading options? That's the more accurate question. Well, that's all fine, Finn. But I mean, in my mind, that's kind of irrelevant. You made the claim that it's going to be a chop chop. I mean, yeah, for now it's going to be a chop chop, but I don't know if it's going to be like chop chop for the rest of the day. Because EMA is way better for scalps. Oh, I don't know. I would disagree on that. If you go back to the 16-minute mark, you'll see I used an SMA for actually a really, really, really good scalp out of the opening gates. Hey, all in ballin'. That's true. You got to be enlightened. Enlightened for futures. Yeah, I agree, Ty. I don't know if I'm convinced this is the bottom quite yet. Now, if you're telling me you think this is the bottom, I'm certainly not going to call you crazy. I can see why you might be thinking that, but I'm not. I don't know, especially with the way gold's looking. Gold is looking like it's got a chance to potentially make another low down, and if that happens, then Nasdaq. What's YM doing? Is YM actually up on the day? Because YM kind of does its own thing. DJI, is that what that? Yeah. Oh, no. All right. Nope. Dow Jones also getting punched in the face today. All right. Well. NEMA on the 1 minute has worked well for me for the scalpy scalp. What's NEMA? Oh. You probably didn't need the N in there. The EMA? Yeah, I use EMAs. That right there is the 21 EMA. But it's just weird how people just all of a sudden assume EMAs. It's like, I don't know. The SMAs that I use have pretty good track record. Oh, 9. Gotcha. So you meant to hit the number 9, not N. Looks like you're speaking another language. Nema. I prefer a pullback to 25,500. I don't know. I gotcha. In my mind, I always envision pullbacks as something that happens in an uptrend. And then what happens in downtrends are bounces. So like when you say a pullback upwards, in my mind, I'm like, okay, I don't really call that a pullback. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. It's just weird how, in my mind, pullbacks only occur like in an uptrend. Like these are pullbacks. As in my vocabulary. On the flip side of things, these would be bounces, right? Dead cat bounces, whatever you want to call them, failed bounces. So, pullbacks, PBs, and then BOs. But anyway, like I said, I'm not saying you're wrong to call an upwards move and a downtrend a pullback. It's just that doesn't my mind. That kind of like shorts my circuits. Well, we're at the bottom of this range, kind of, almost there. I don't know what to do with that. I don't know, because like I said, in the back of my mind, I'm with, who said that? I think Todd or Ty, maybe. So either Todd, one of the T's said they think there could be another, and I agree. It seems like there's still maybe a chance, but if you're saying I think this is done, I think this is the bottom, I'm not calling you crazy either. Hence, that's why right now the order I'm doing is the most powerful order out there. The one you should be doing the vast majority of the time is the SOH order. The sit on hands. The vast majority of trading should be SOHing, just sitting on your hands. Kind of like that, but I was thinking, do I get short right here? And then even if I cover at the yellow line, that's still a nice little scalp, but kind of... Well, would have been working out. Trying to buy at 842. And then where's your stop at? You're sitting on hand for the rest of the day. Nice job, Todd. Very good job. I really do not want to do this, but I am, just because I know it's going to potentially tempt me. Oh, boy. Oh, that is juicy. Trying to fit it all on my screen, but like from an overarching standpoint. No, Tradovate is not making the sound effects. That's me. And then for you golfers, let's get the golfle up here. The upside down pennant. Oh, look at this bear pennant. Does the bear pennant deliver? Oh, why am I tempting myself now? I've had mixed dynamics with the bear pennant today. One, I didn't trust it, and I went long, and then I was like, you idiot, I'm a bear pennant. Why did you go long? And I got punched in the face. And another bear pennant, it did work out, but man, it made me go through some pain. All right, right now, looking like we're getting a bounce off of it. Hey, Black. Black current top. Chill out. Right now, I can tell you right now, you're suffering from the world revolves around me-itis. I have no doubt in my mind, and that's totally fine, that for you and your strategy, you need to wait for it to break out of either channel. That's fine for you and your strategy. But the world does not revolve around you. There are many ways you can go about playing a bear pennant. So you got to call up the doctor. We've all suffered from it. I have. Say, hey, doc, I'm suffering from the world revolves around me-itis. They're going to give you a pill. It tastes like butterscotch. You will take that pill, and then moving forward, you'll be able to say things like, well, I would personally need to wait for it to break either channel. Cool. Right? Because that would be the more humble approach than to make just blanket statements. But it's okay. We've all been there. We've all suffered from the world revolves around us, or revolves around me-itis before. Yes, it will short at 9:10. Yes, it will short. You will short? Who's it? I'm assuming Bob Joe. I'm assuming that's you shorting at 9. I'm assuming you're the it in that sentence. Yes, it will short at 9:10. Yeah, he isn't it. That's the only way that sentence makes sense, I think. I'm not sure why he's referring himself as it. Okay, it's probably just a typo. He probably didn't mean to hit the T. Well, I think what he meant to say, yes, I will short at 9:10. That would make way more sense. Okay. Well, we're at the bottom of the bear pennant. So anyways, there's the bigger picture context. This seems to be the point, though, that if the bear pennant is going to really get any sort of ultimate follow-through, I think that's kind of the key area. I'm going to be so upset if the one bear pennant now that I just don't trust at all to not take it is going to... I've had too many mixed dynamics. I've had a toxic relationship with the bear pennants today. Oh no. There it is, knocking on that door. Now for a scalper, you've already got plenty of room. From there, 446 down to there. I'm assuming you've had plenty of room. I mean, you've had about 15 points to work with. Dash. First and last warning. Speak as though one of my 6 kids could run in and start to read the chat. Especially, most of them are young. They're learning to read. They like to read. So speak as though at any moment one of them could run in, say, "Hey, Daddy, what are people saying?" and then start reading the chat. Okay. First and last warning. All right. Well, right off of that line right there. But yeah, that. Well, why didn't I get long there? You baboon. Again, because I am so just like I'm not sure what to think right now. Hence me sitting on my hands. But yes, in hindsight, I did have that line marked out. But clearly, I didn't totally trust in the line because I didn't get long there. Again, for anybody playing that overall bear, give me a 2. Who was in this for that bear pennant? I mapped out the bear pennant. Give me a 2 if you're in it and you're looking for the bear pennant to deliver. Anybody here looking for that? That is, put their money where their mouth is and is looking for that bear pennant to deliver. Give me a 2. Who's in it for that bear pennant right now? Where are the shorts at? Outdoorsman, Tyler, Gizzard. Just 3 of you? Okay. Demetrius is long. Whew. Where'd you get long at? 2, but just stopped out. Yeah, that was a nasty rat candle. I want to, but I don't want to go over net profit, which is confusing. I mean, it's really not confusing. If your target for the test is 3,000, just don't go over 1,500. They do that only during the test phase because they don't want people to YOLO, get lucky, and then say, see, I passed. But yeah, don't overthink it. That is dirty. That is dirty, and that's but again, at the same time, is it dirty though? Because at the end of the day, it broke the lower part, yeah, but there was just this line here. And I think I can say that because I had that line mapped out beforehand. It's not like I've just come in and now put this line in hindsight. No, that line was sitting there the entire time. I'm not bragging because I clearly did not have a whole lot of trust in it because I didn't even go long there. But that would have been a good long. Exactly. And then once you pass the test and get into your pro account, Coco, then that rule goes away. That is only during the test phase. Hey, if you're enjoying this in any way, shape, or form, hit that like button. I know it doesn't seem like a whole lot, but it does make a big difference. So if you're enjoying, like I said, in any way, shape, or form, hit that like button. Man, what a bounce. Nasty fake break. Again, I'm not shocked by it because there was this bottom part of the channel sitting down here a little bit below the trend line. But still, I mean, that sort of bounce off it, that's rough. Do you know how to lose money quickly, Coco, and pretty easily? Just go. How much do you have to lose? All right, I am totally interested in a short up round here. Not only do we have the top of the channel, we also have the purple line here, which is the 50-period cent moving average. So I am interested up there. Just 155. Okay, so just go to MNQ. Go to MNQ, put in 2 or 3, and then just do this. Buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. And then the number will start to drop. And then once you get within, I don't know, 10, 15 bucks, just go to 1 MNQ. Buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. And then try to nail it as close to 1,500 as you can get. Hey, good job, Troy. Good recovery from last week. I know you were a little rough last week, had some rough ones, but glad you got your head in the right spot. So congrats, man. Nah, you're fine. You're good. Do I wait for counter? You know what? I'm not. I'm just gonna throw it out there. So I have an order to get short at the red line. Yes, if this thing is just gonna go straight up, then I will get run over. But I think I can at least get a trade. No more shorts, people. Uh-oh. Are we about to have the Darcy effect here? Let's see. No more shorts, people, and then the price immediately drops 15 points. Amazing. Amazing. Ooh, gold's at an interesting level. I think we'll be seeing a V shape now. You think, or you're hoping? Because Dimitri, I don't know. I'm speculating, but is there any chance that maybe you're on tilt right now, and now you're just swinging big for the fences? So therefore, you think because you just are swinging big for the fences, you want that V shape? I'm not saying Dimitri, that's for sure. Chiseter's tilted long. Okay, well, yeah. Banks and their analysts are, yeah. Oh, Versace. Look at that. Amazing. Now doing a little bit of backpedaling. Of course I am on tilt. Don't say of course. Of course I am on tilt. And yes, I am long right now in the green this time. All right. Well, just be careful. I don't know if I should have laughed at that. Of course I'm on tilt. You say it almost like nonchalantly. Well, I mean, V shapes are usually just a cherry on top. Like for people like, oh, I know how to call V shapes. It's like, no, you don't. No, you don't. To be fair, I'm not saying that you're saying you're being able to call it, but like, I really don't ever see any reason to expect a V shape. Like I'm in this trade because I think it's going to be a V shape. No, I would argue a V shape should just be kind of like icing on the cake. Like if a V shape happens, amazing, fantastic. But like, I don't know. To get into a trade because you're like, oh, pretty sure a V shape's coming. I do have an order to get short up here. A risky trade in the sense of I don't really have any confirmation in the sense of like weakness, but I do have, I think, logic because this has been the top of the channel. It's rejected before. I guess the purple line's now down below there, though. So that part's a little different. Oop, look at that. Right off of the purple line. And that's an SMA, too. Oh. The old. It seems like SMAs are like considered old school now. Look at this old school level. This is like the VHS tape right here. All right, I'm canceling that out. I don't know if I try. If anything, it seems like it might be a fake break of this area. All right, I need a defined trade here. I'm not going to just, all right, let's go here. Sell. How many points is that? Okay, 11 on a day like today. I can do 11. There we go. Okay, looking to get short at the red line. Looking for a fake break of this channel right here. Now, if it's a true break and it just keeps popping up. Ooh. Okay, I think I just, yeah. Let's do this instead. Short here, and I'll just put my stop up here. Oh, yeah, I like that. I can cook with that. Only if it comes down, though. Again, the idea being we have this upwards or this sideways channel. Was this maybe just a fake breakout of it? And now is it better? Did it just sucker in a bunch of longs? So if that red line turns blue, I'm in. Looking to play a fake break of the upwards channel. If it's a true break, well, then this will be a losing trade, and I'm the one getting suckered in right now. But I'm not in yet. If that red line turns blue, then I'm in. Okay, I'm in. Hey! Okay, calm down. Calm down, boy. Boy, you're getting cocky, boy. Yeah, suckered in them longs. That's brutal, but good for me. Make them cry. Make those longs cry. Keep bringing it down, that a boy. Make them cry. Oh, daddy, mommy. Make them cry. I'm a jerk. I'm sorry. If you got long there, that's actually kind of, that's brutal. That's brutal. I'll apologize. I took that one too far. That is nasty. That is a dirty dog move to longs. That's on me. That's on me. I'm sorry. I should not rub the salt in like that. I will say this, the Darcy effect is real. When people show up, don't do any more shorts. It's like, oh, I'm looking for shorts now. Well, I'm not talking about tilted longs. I'm talking about longs that I can see that having made sense. People saying, hey, look, we're breaking out of the sideways channel. Such gambler comments out of you this morning. What? Name one, Mr. Medic. What gambler comment did I make? What are you talking about? I'm intrigued by that one. All in ballin', my thoughts are this. Uh-oh, just logged out. Trade ovate issues. Mr. Medic, did you miss my apology? Or are you too busy picking up the victim cards as they fell out of your pocket? I literally apologized. I was like, all right, I took that too far. Sorry. Not to mention you said such gambler comments. Yeah, wait. Not to how is that a gambler comment? That was just me being a jerk. That was a jerk comment. Not a what does that have to do with a gambler comment? I agree. I was being a jerk there. Hence my apology. Like, what are you even talking about? Again, all in ball, and you're asking me about my thoughts for gold. My thought is this. I operate in the assumption that you know your strategy better than I ever could. So all I'm going to say is, well, apply your strategy to gold and follow those rules of your strategy as they pertain to what you see with gold. That is what I think. I'm not going to presume that I know your strategy, I know your risk tolerance, all that stuff better than you do. Hey, Ben. Your platform hiccup there too? All in ballin', why do I get the impression you have no idea what you're doing? Is that a wrong impression? Well, I'll put it this way. As somebody that does offer a mentorship program, there is no bigger compliment that I can get than this. Hey, Clay, thanks for your thoughts, but like, I don't care. That warms my heart because that reveals the utter, again, thanks for your thoughts. So they're considering my thoughts, which takes brain power, but they really don't care because at the end of the day, like they can completely think for themselves. That warms my heart. That is my ultimate goal as a coach, whatever you want to call me. When my students can say, hey man, Clay, thank you for your thoughts. I appreciate it. Thank you for the education, but man, I don't care. I don't care what you have to say. I don't care what your thoughts are. Man, let's go. That's got independent thinker written all over it. Well, I do offer mentorship, all in ballin', if interested. Like, hey, Clay, kick rocks. Oh, man, warms my heart. That's what I want to hear from a student. Kick rocks, brother. I know how to think for myself these days. Fantastic. Love it. Love to hear it. Well, I'm telling you right now, this is not an educational live stream. I've explained it this way. I am not in educator mode right now. I'm in educator mode when I'm putting together the courses and blah, 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 when I'm doing my Tuesday night webinars for students. I'm in educator mode. Right now, I'm in trader mode. I understand I'm explaining things kind of, sort of, but I'm doing a lot of this. So the best way I've learned to illustrate this is like when I have 6 kids. So I don't remember. I think I took like 4 of them out. Like, Dad, will you teach us to play football? Sure. So I walk out. And this is even me in educator mode. I'm like, all right, everybody get on the line of scrimmage. And they're all like, what? I'm like, oh crap, that's true. You have no idea what the line of scrimmage even is. I'm like, okay, yeah, the line of scrimmage is a line. You can't cross it until we say hike. So everybody get on this line, and I kind of mapped out where the line was. Okay, then they walk up. One is facing backwards. One is facing an angle. One is facing, I think, the right direction. And I'm like, okay, crap again. Okay, yes, when you're on the line of scrimmage, we all want to face the direction we're going. So there's so many baked-in, built-in assumptions that I have as I'm trading that I assure you, that's why people are like, man, I learned your strategy from watching the live stream. I guarantee you have not learned my strategy. I guarantee it. I'm not saying you're not learning components, but like things are very nuanced. So that's the best way I can explain the feature of like when I'm sitting here talking, like that I am. There are so many built-in assumptions that I'm not revealing. Yi Nam, if you go back to the, so I did this specifically for you because you were late. We started at 11 a.m. Eastern, which is fine. I realize not everybody can be here at 11 a.m. Eastern, but if you go back to the 16-minute mark, I explain the trade right here because I knew people would be asking about it. So right here, 16-minute mark, I go and explain all that. But if for my own, no, you don't have to say you're bad. I'm just saying, just explain why I'm not going to explain it to you right now. Because for my own mental sanity, I don't feel like explaining that 48 times today. But yeah, 16-minute mark. I specifically looked back. I was like, okay, I'll just tell people the 16-minute mark. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, but yeah, definitely no need to have said my bad. There's just more so I'm explaining to you why I'm not telling you because I'd understand I can come across as a jerk if I'm like, I'm not going to tell you. It's like, wait, what? Does anybody remember what this number was at before I took that trade? I think I did pretty decent on that. I don't remember what that number was at. I do really like you during all the trader I follow. He said he used to let his kids beat him at sports when he was little. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Oh, really? Okay, so that was all right. That makes sense then. For some reason, I didn't think it was that high. Okay, gotcha. All right, do we get now? I'm not interested in this 2-minute. It may look good. It may look like clear sailing on the 2-minute, but this is why I like multiple time frames. Let's look over here on the 5-minute. 5-minute, 21 EMA. Now that does not mean the price cannot push through. It can't push through this area. I'm just saying this is a good example of why multiple time frames for me are very helpful. Because yes, on the 2-minute, it looked like a blue sky breakout. But on the 5-minute, it was like, well, you might want to be careful of that 21 EMA, which as of now does not seem like the price is really caring about it. But there is a track record, at least on this live stream, where the price can indeed and does indeed care about that 21 EMA. Hey, trucking for dividends. Ooh, is this a short one? I'm at 15 up to, what is that, 25? 30? 15, 25. No, 25. 15, right? 15, 25, 35, 40. Man, that's a 25. Yeah, I'm not taking a 25-point stop. But yes, looking over at gold, I would have, I'm not going to trade it because gold is just completely Monka-esque today. But yeah, I would be more bearish biased right now. But just because I'm bearish biased does not mean that somebody just automatically hops in short. Well, at this point, yeah, I think I would, yeah. Oh well, goodness. Look at that 5-minute, the fake break now. Oh my, this is just so I think what I'm learning right now is I have zero. I'm not saying I won't go long on the day, but I don't think I have any interest in playing breakouts long on the day. At least more so overarching. If there's like a little hammer right here and I'm trying to get long on the breakout of like the little miniature hammer, but like these epic breakouts where like you're playing these potentially epic, sideways channel breakouts or this that's, oh boy. Well, shame on me. But all kidding aside, I played it right. I did not want to risk 25. I guess to be fair, I could have done 2 MNQs and that would have been fine. But yeah. You're only playing shorts today? Well, seems like for the most part it's worked out. Again, at the end of the day, all in ballin', I do offer a mentorship. You're welcome to join it if you want. I'll just leave it there. But I'm not. The point of the live stream is not to try to push the mentorship or anything. You're the one that brought up learning. So there it is. FYI, do with that information what you will. Because at the end of the day, I'm here to talk about Pam's plant. Very quickly, what is Pam's plant, you say? Well, thank you for asking, because I don't talk about it nearly enough as what I should. But there we go. Pam's plant is a strategy for in the category of day trading why I believe, mathematically provable, that day trading futures for these reasons, through a prop firm for these reasons, is the most efficient way, the best way to go about day trading. Day trading futures, that's where Pam's comes into play. Through a prop firm for plant. That is the actual point of this entire live stream. I want people to be made aware of Pam's plant. An undefeated argument. Nobody has been able to tell me how that is a bad idea. There have been some that have tried, but usually it ends up with them name calling me. Which TBT platform do you recommend? I use Tradeovate. So yeah, with Take Profit Trader, I use Tradeovate. But, I mean, that doesn't mean that you need to use Tradeovate or anything like that. I'm going to get rid of that line. But yeah, what you're seeing here is Tradeovate. Yeah. Exactly, Kyle. Is this a short here? Maybe 83, and I can put a stop right. Okay, 13 points. I'll risk 13 points on 3. Yeah, sure. Why not? See if we can get a drop down even further into the bottom part of this channel. If it bounces back up, oh well. Okay, so I'm looking to get short at that red line. Stop is at, well, never mind now. Okay, never mind. That trade plan is off. Well, it could come up a little bit more. So if I get 89, that is... yes, I'm talking to myself. Don't judge me. I'll still give it a... that's still a... But no. Let's... It's really just a question of, do I think this pullback could fail some more? And I could see that happening, mainly based on the 5-minute. After a candle like this, I could see that generating some more downside pressure. But, I mean, there are no guarantees. Yeah, use Tradeovate, but log in and take profit on... Oh, okay. Yes, and you can do connections. I don't have any experience with how to, like, make all that act in symbiosis. I don't know if that was the right word for that, but work in synergy. There we go. I've never done that. But yes, I do know some people do use TradingView through Tradeovate, through their prop firm. But I don't know how that works. So Mr. Medic, gone. He must have been along, and he's having an emotionally bad day. He never even answered my questions. What was the guy? Corey Jenkins? Who told us yesterday that we were going to like flush new lows or something, and we just went up the rest of the day? No, I don't know. He might. Some people will never be back. They have a bad day, and then they start talking gibberish. I'm like, well, can you wait a second here? And then they're like, you're a jerk, and they'll never be back. You know, the intellectually honest people, they're always back though. Like Troy. I don't know if Troy's still here. A couple weeks ago, Troy showed up, lost his mind, ranting and raving about all sorts of stuff. And I mean, we all set him straight. You know, I try to be nice about it. And you know what? I think he showed up the next day or maybe the next week and was like, hey, I'm sorry. Like, I was way out of line. I had it. And it's like, dude, we get it. Like, I don't want to speak for all of you. I get it. I know how trading hard is. I know some days it's just like, I mean, you guys have seen it. I get grumpy on here every now and then. But like, I have nothing but respect for Troy. Like, lose your mind. That's fine. Come here ranting and raving. We're going to push back. I'm going to make sure we're still talking coherently. But just come back and say, yeah, I was speaking from emotion, not logic. And that's what Troy did. And it's like, fair enough. Water under the bridge. In fact, I like Troy even more after that instant. But yeah, Mr. Medic seems like he's gone. I think you mean Darcy. Darcy showed up, actually. The rest of the story is Darcy showed up and then just played stupid. Like, what are you talking about? I'm like, all right, ban. Hey, Clay, use your code yesterday on Lucid. I've gotten within $5 of passing 3 times today. Now I can't get out of my head. Well, first off, Monk, thank you for using code Clay. So have you passed, or do you mean you keep getting within $5 and then you lose? No, David, I don't use the 15-minute, brother. What quote unquote is happening for me is 2-minute and the 5-minute mainly. For my strategy. But David, if for your strategy, you need to factor in the 15-minute, more power to you, brother. That glitch probably gave you a micro stroke. Oh, this one? Did you watch how that came about? Yeah, that was, the cool thing is I was recording. So for those of you that are not aware, I do like live trades on the YouTube channel. So I was actually recording this morning when that all happened. So you'll be able to see how that all played out. Yeah, 2-minute and 5-minute are my main drivers, but that's just me. Clay, in your opinion, if TBT is number 1, which prop firm is number 2? Oh, I don't know. That all depends on your strategy and what you're looking to do. Like, so for example, I guess Tradeify, for 50% of your trades, you've got to hold them longer than 10 seconds. So for somebody that's me, it's like, man, which doesn't seem crazy, but when you're a scalper like I am, if I have to hop in, you know, so out of 2 trades, if every one of every 2, I have to make sure that I hold for at least 10 seconds. I'm not saying that's a deal breaker for me, but that would weigh more heavily on me compared to, let's say that one of you sway traders that routinely doesn't mind holding for an hour, if not more, per trade. Like for you, what do I care about the 10-second thing? Like, that doesn't mean anything to me. So that's just what I mean is, it is really a person-by-person situation based on your strategy. It's not out yet, David. Hey, David, did you ever join the community? I swear, some people, they just, I don't know. I'm going to interview you right now, David. But I don't know. David sometimes shows up and then he just disappears. But I'm curious. I use the time frame because I found it best helps me implement my strategy. Although I did do the 15-second. I think last week, then I took a couple 15-second time, which was just bonkers. Let's look at the 15-second here, though. On a day like today, 15-second. Okay, here we go. Buckle up, folks. 15-second time frame. Here we go. Okay, do we get a bounce off the 200 period? Okay, 15 seconds. That means every candle only moves for 15 seconds, and then the next one happens. So watch it here. Boom. Watch. Okay, see how it starts at 14, 13. That's telling you when the next new candle will start. Okay, I'm going to try a long here if it comes back up there. 1 MNQ, right? Yeah, 1 MNQ. Okay. Okay, never mind. Now I'll do it. No, drop down. There we go. Now I'll buy there if it wants to come back up. I'm probably going to... Okay. Ooh, is this a short right here, maybe? 70 up to... Whoa, hey, brother. Wow, okay. Okay, right here, I'll take a short. Rejection off the 21. Okay, never mind. Whoa, now you're dropping all the way back down. Okay, pop up and then come down. I'll put an order here. Up first. Nope. Nope. Got to go up first. Got to go up a little bit more first. Why would that matter, David? Why would that matter? Are you telling me, David, you're not able to look at words and images and then think for yourself? Is that what you're really saying to yourself, David? That is insane that you're not giving yourself more credit than that. In fact, that actually, like, all kidding aside, that makes me a little angry. That somebody like you would just not give yourself that amount of credit. Like, think about what you're saying. You're saying you're not capable of looking at a picture and then being able to connect those dots. To me, that's, like I said, that makes me upset. You got to give yourself more credit than that. That's sad. Wow. Again, I'm on the 15 second right now. Okay. Well, okay. Let's do this. If it comes down here, I bet maybe there can be more movement down there. What time? Okay. Put my target down there. Let's make it right here. No, let's make sure it can clear down through that 200 period. Okay, now it's heading back up. Welcome to the world of 15-second time frame where trade plans change literally by the second. Okay, never mind here. Is this a breakout point here? Okay, I'm going to get short here if it wants to come back down. Again, 15-second time frame. Okay, I'm in. With one, I'm NQ because I do not have a whole lot of experience with the with the 15-second time frame. Come on, get down through that moving average. Clear it, brother. No, don't bounce from it. No. Come on. Get down. Dude, that was such a delay. What are you doing, Tradovate? All right, careful with Tradovate. That was laggy. But there we go, brothers. The 15-second. Let's go. Do I try the double bottom right here? What is that real quick, actually? That is at 60. Where's 60 at here? Oh, fake break double bottom. All right, I'm going to try this. Again, river rocks. We had the discussion. You all of a sudden, you're suffering from the world revolves around me-itis. For you, I have zero. And I'm actually very passionate about this because there is literally a case study that blows what you're saying out of the water and proves my point. I don't have any problem at all that for you, River Rock, the 15-second is going to be too much whipsaw. But there is a member of the private community, Michelle, I don't know about many of you, but very well known. Sweet. I mean, great. I've met her in person. She's one of the people that got me to prop firms. All right, I'm going to get rid of that now. But she literally went on a European vacation, 2-week European vacation, and there's a picture of it. She was wearing the Clay Trader t-shirt over in Europe, so she sent me a picture so I could post it on Instagram. But she paid for this 2-week European vacation with prop firm profits. Can you take a guess what her time frame of choice is? If you guessed, what is it, the 15-second? Exactly. It's the very time frame that River Rocks is saying there's just too much whipsaw in the 15-second. Again, for you, sure. But that's a problem. When you operate as though the world revolves around you, then you make these blanket statements that pertain to you, but not everybody. Because Michelle would be like, what are you talking about, good sir? As she's at the Eiffel Tower. Like, this is where the 15-second got me. So we all suffer from it from time to time. The world revolves around me-itis. All right, we'll go back to the 2-minute, though. So quite the plunge here. I hope she went to Italy. I don't remember where she went. 180 pips. We are. This is Trev. This is futures. We are not trading forex. I trade the 15-second. Well, I don't know, Versace. We were just told that it was too much whipsaw on the 15-second. But now all of a sudden there's... Is that like a woman thing? Versace, you're a woman. You're using the 15-second. Michelle's a woman. She does it. I don't know. Maybe that's like... Probably because women's minds can just like multitask and comprehend so much better than us dudes. How my wife cooks dinner, keeps 6 kids under control. I don't know. I'd be losing kids. I'd be burning supper. I don't know how women do it. Like I just don't get it. Maybe that's why the 15-second is just like best corresponds to their minds. Yeah, I get that. Okay, well that's fine. Then why are you calling this pips? In futures, it's ticks and points. Forex is pips. All right, well. Neil, I'm going to go ahead and delete that out just because that's, yeah, not a fan of that old stuff. So, yeah. I don't know, George. I think a 15-second trader, I think Michelle would say, no, actually, it's quite the opposite because I am right on the cutting edge of what exactly is going on. I could see Michelle saying, Clay, the 2-minute would have me stressed out because you're giving the thing 2 minutes all of a sudden snap against you. Whereas the 15-second is giving me way more of a warning that it's about to snap against you. But you don't see it because you're on the 2-minute, not on the 15-second. Now, I'm not saying that she's right per se. I'm just saying there's many ways to look at the same situation. It's an age thing? I don't know. I trade the 2-second chart. Yeah. And my dad is Batman. No, I'm kidding. In all actuality, I am Chuck Norris's dad. Think about that. I disclosed that a couple weeks ago. Think about it. I'm Chuck Norris's dad. I actually traded the 33 tick chart. Honestly, it doesn't mean anything to me. And as not a big tick chart user, is that super fast? I can see the resemblance. Thank you. Well, we are now back at the bottom part of this channel that has quite the track record. We did get a breakdown below it, but is this... I'm not going short here, though. This is already seeming kind of a stretched out move to get down here. If anything, maybe a long, if it wants to pop back up. I'm going to give that a try. See if this is ultimately just a fake breakdown of the channel and if it wants to pop back up some more. So looking to get long at the green line if it wants to come back up. Like I said, the idea here, is this just a fake breakdown of that sideways channel? Because this yellow line has quite the track record of producing bounces. Doesn't mean it'll produce a bounce again, but I'm going to take a swing at it. But it's first got to come up and hit me at the green line. Well, you know what, man? If you're actually not kidding and the 2-second works for you, fantastic. Again, looking to try to play along here. If that green line turns blue, I realize it's kind of hard to see the green line because it's right up against that yellow line, but let's see if it wants to come up. Nope. Okay, maybe here. Nope. Maybe. Maybe. All right. Okay, cancel it out. I don't like the new candle here forming, so never mind on the. Oh, whoa! All right. Well, props for. I'm glad I waited for confirmation, because for the people that are like, no, I'm just gonna buy. Well, they just got a losing trade, and then if they got undisciplined now they're potentially gonna cook the account. Verse Ace, and I quote, all done going short. Where did you make that quote? Somewhere like right around here or something, Verse Ace? The Darcy effect is real. It is a law of nature. Hey, Compton. What are you trading these days? Compton still silver or what? Nvidia is bleeding. Yeah, we just, Trev, we're just day trading futures here. I mean, day trading stocks is truly garbage. Day trading options is even bigger garbage. But yes, if you care about Nvidia, can't say that I'm shocked that it's bleeding on a day like today. This is nuts today, and I love it. Sure, I've cracked some walnuts a couple times, but if you give me this action over the past couple, I mean, basically Monday through Wednesday, the afternoon, kind of slow and sloggy. Man, I'll take this action anytime. Just started day trading. Was looking at how people make money when candles are going down. Oh, yeah, that's called going short. So you'll want to study shorting with an S. shorting. Shorting or going short. Hey, Alex Sherman, earlier had mentioned that I sold in the hole or something like that. Or I bought in the hole. What was that comment about? No, it's Verse Ace. No. It's definitely Verse Ace. There's no chance that it's a fashion designer. Zero chance. All right, well, there is, I guess, the fake breakdown, but that was a pretty big breakdown before it decided to say, just kidding. But look at this hammer. Hammer on this big old volume. Do you believe going short is a profitable way? Yeah. Yeah. For me, if you do longs and shorts, you have max flexibility. Because you can look at a situation and be like, I don't care what happens. If prices go up, I can make money. If prices go down, I can make money. So yeah, Alex, I'm gonna put you in timeout, and I'm gonna explain why before I put you in timeout. That is the biggest Bush League comment that you could have ever made. Because you made that after the trade was over. So do you realize how that's kind of a Bush League comment critique that you said way back when? Given that you were making that comment, I repeat, in hindsight. Do you understand how that would be very irritating to a trader? For you to swoop in after the fact and be like, geez, man, you sold the bottom. I find that the days I don't feel safe trading and just sit back and analyze price action, everything goes exactly as I planned. Never the same when money is involved. Yeah. Trading is easier when you don't have any skin in the game. That is just a fact. Because the voices are not in your mind. That is why if you cannot make money demo trading, then you definitely have zero, and I mean zero chance to make money if you have skin in the game. Because if you can't make money when there's no voices, you're definitely not going to make money when there are voices. That's for sure. Alex, are you still here or no? I'm so disappointed in Alex. I did not realize that he would do such a thing. I mean, that is such a Bush League comment. Like, I thought Alex was like a veteran trader or something. Now I'm starting to question, is he just some newbie or what? Some people have voices. I have a whole choir. Dan in our community, he's always. I'm paraphrasing. I'm not. This is not exactly what he says, but his basic premise, which I agree with, is like all trading is trying to make sure that the village of idiots in your mind doesn't revolt. That's pretty much all it is. Making sure that the village of idiots that live in our heads do not revolt. That's essentially the core of trading, to which I agree with. We gonna end today back where we ended last? It would be wild. Yeah. At this point, who knows, man? Who knows? All right, Alex gonna have to just give him just no interaction at all. That's a shame. Very disappointed in Alex. It's so weird how some people, they're like, you look at them like, okay, and then they just go into full blown. I don't know. That was the weirdest thing ever coming from Alex. We'll give him a timeout. May never see him again. We'll see how he takes it, but it is what it is. So here's quick. Don't do this to anybody. This reveals you being a total either troll or not good. So obviously right here, the price was going down and down and down and down and down. And I guess I took a short I took a trade here that did not work out. And then in hindsight, he's like, man, you were selling the whole, which means you did the bottom. Well, yes. But look at all these other times where you would not have been able to say that because it worked. Of course you can say that after the fact. That's why it's just completely Bush League, especially on a day like today where what I did worked so many times. It would have worked so many times, but I just happened to eventually be there where it didn't work. And then to show up and like accuse a trader of, well, man, you were selling in the hole. Well, yeah, no kidding. Obviously at the time, I didn't think I was doing that. I thought I was going with the trend. So just an FYI lesson on how not to present yourself as a dent. All right, maybe a short here. I'm thinking maybe a potential short if this wants to come back down. Well, now it's just going straight up, so we'll see. The man your revenge trade. Whoa, wow. Okay. Well, there it was. Like I said, I was looking for a potential fake breakdown of this candle here, of the channel. But, this was, let's see, basically broke the channel at 33 all the way down. Okay, so basically a 33-point fake break before recovering. I didn't think it was going to be 33 points. Yeah, no, not you, Alex. Not you, Alex Baller. A different Alex. Yeah, where is Neil today? That's a good point. Oh, wait. Well, he was traveling yesterday, I think. Wasn't he like on a flight or something? So I'm assuming business today. Yeah, that is true, Evil. That is true. Short covering into the close. I don't know, maybe. Yeah, no, I know you're a different one. The other one was Alex Sherman. You're Alex Baller. I want to be a baller, shot caller. 20-inch rims. Yes, I'm revealing my age. Gold back down, yeah. Like I was saying earlier, I think all in ballin was bearish bias, but again, that was a very generalized comment. So it's not like saying I'm bearish doesn't really mean anything per se. But yeah, maybe I would have been able to put something together. But yes, when he was asking about that at that point, I did not necessarily trust anything from the long side. So yeah, anybody that went short on or stayed bearish bias on gold, good job. What's silver doing? Oh, I should not look at silver. Ooh, yeah, silver is way better today. Yesterday the chart just looked so choppy because the volume was, but now this is smoother. So volume is certainly a little bit more in silver today, but I'm not touching it. Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. All right, maybe a short here. If it comes up and hits that green line, then comes back down, I'm going to take a swing at it. And you're eclectic? I don't know. What's that word mean? I've heard it before. What does that mean? Eclectic? I'll take another. I'm gonna take a swing at it. I think I am 13. Oh yeah. I'll take a swing at that. Buy 18 points. Yeah, whatever. That's fine. Okay, there we go. So here's the new trade plan. I guess I'll come down a little bit more to shrink up my risk a tad bit more. There we go. Let's just do it a little. Why not? Why not just make it about a 10-point stop? Let's go down to 9. There we go. So looking for a long right here. Basically looking to play a double bottom. So long of the green line. Red line is my short. We'll see if the price can get down there. Oh, you're here for my first oil trade? Oh, yeah. I'm still a perfect oil trader. Wigwam, I was with you Monday through Wednesday, but today I will say a lot of these movements, today has not been an issue for me. But yes, what you described was definitely me Monday through Wednesday. Today though, some days I show up. There are just every now and then, you'll get a day. I think I had this last Friday or Thursday. Anyways, it was just like, I'm green. I don't know how though. Like today, it just seems so wild. But today's not one of those days. It makes sense. Like this big trade here, if you go back again to the 60-minute mark, I walked you through this trade. Like that one perfectly made sense how I made money. Now, yeah, I had a little bit of glitchiness in my favor, but even without the glitch, like I still had made a lot of money on it, and it made perfect sense. But yeah, today I would not consider it one of those, weird price action. Now, the price action was savage, and if you were on the wrong side of something, then yeah, punch in the face. But like, I want to say weird for this. But that's for me and my strategy. For you, Wigwam, that could very well potentially be the case. All right. Again, I am looking. I'm going to forget about this order. I guess that's okay, though, because I do have a stop. But I can feel it in my bones right now. I'm going to end up forgetting about this order. But yes, I do have an order right now to get long here. Trying to play basically a double bottom if it wants to come back down. I will oil baron. That's right. I started trading. Well, I'll trade. Generally speaking, I start trading basically 9:30 a.m. Now, I start streaming at 11 a.m. Eastern. But yeah, I personally start trading at 9:30 a.m. Eastern with the private community that I have. But then I come on publicly at 11 a.m. Eastern. Hey, if you're enjoying in any way, shape, or form, hit that like button. I completely forgot. We should have been at 200 likes by the 2-hour mark, and we're at 2.5. But yeah, if we could get maybe a bit of a short squeeze going into likes, that would be good. Let's see if we can make a push up here to 200 likes. But yes, that would be appreciated. Maybe doesn't seem like it's doing a whole lot to hit the like button since it's such a simple little thing to click, but it does actually make a big difference. How was your day? How was yours, Ronnie? Right now, I got to wait for it to come all the way down here. But on a day like today, maybe that's not as far as what it seems. But if it's going to start having these size of candles, then down here becomes very far away. Okay, not bad. Well, good. Made some, lose some. Yeah, that's how it goes. Just manage your risk. Oops, I was one of the people who forgot to like. Well, look at that, 203. See? Again, it was my own fault for not, I'm a terrible business. I really am. I'm the worst businessman ever. Like, I talked about how to support the stream like once, if that, with Code Clay, forgetting to ask people to like, but oh well. right, maybe some of a drop. But maybe it's finally starting to chill out here a little bit. But even on a day like today, chill out may be like, okay, now these are only, 30-point candles. NQ is getting support. Yeah, as of now, that's the low right there, is at 800. So that's why I'm trying to play potentially a double bottom down here if the price comes down. But only if the price comes down. I don't have any interest in getting long up around here. But who knows? Hindsight will reveal if that's a good decision or a bad decision on my part. I saw your red candle move. Was it planned? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I saw your red candle move. Was it? Yeah, sorry. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I don't know. Do I try a little scalpy scalp right there on the short side? Not too late now. All right, bottom of this channel here. Okay, back below it. Still got a ways to go. I'm looking to get long at basically 810, risking 10 points on it. With slippage, let's call it 12. Like 30 minutes ago, you shorted on red candle. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know what I don't understand what you're asking. I saw your red candle move. Was it planned? Yeah. It was not an accident. Like I meant to get in on that. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm assuming it was planned. I'll answer it that way. Yes, I'm assuming that was planned to get in on the red candle. But also, for clarity's sake, I'm not quite sure what red candle trade you're talking about. Order blocks here in the range, but liquidity available between. Coach, so Nam, I'm curious. How do you plan on taking advantage of this? You're throwing around cool sounding terminology. There's liquidity available, blah, blah, blah. You sound super smart. I am impressed. You're clearly smarter than I am. But how would you make money from all this? Could you give us an entry point, a stop loss, and a target? Those three numbers will help us all kind of understand what you're actually saying. He's asking if I can predict. I don't know. Is he asking that? I'm not sure. Okay, again, Nam, fine. But how do you plan to make money from that? That's what I'm asking. Okay, I'm in. Come on. Okay, took one out there. I'll just mental stop it at this point. Could still be a losing trade, but I did at least get one out. Let's see if this wants to go green. Okay, took that one out. There we go. One more. Again, I'm just going to mental stop it, but let's see if this last one wants to. Man, I not quite nailed that bottom, but I got pretty close, brothers. Oh, really? Is it, David? Oh, brother. Okay, Nam. Last time, brother. Are you, I'm just going to say it, are you one of these ICT people? Because what we've discovered here is ICT people cannot give trade plans. They do exactly what you're doing. They use a bunch of cool sounding words. They give all this analysis, and then you're like, well, but how would you make money from it? And then they can't give any numbers. Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. Can you give us a trade plan, ultimately? Can you give us a trade plan? I concede you are using cool sounding words. You sound really smart. You're definitely smarter than I am. But like, how are you going to take all these words and then make it practical and make money from it? And what we've discovered on this live stream is if you just give us three numbers, then we can understand exactly what you're saying. So if you could give us an entry point, a stop loss, and a target, that would be great. Again, I have one. Let's make sure it's at least a winning trade at this point. There we go. Well, who cares? Let's just put it down below the low. Let's give the thing a chance to bounce. There we go. Good. Now I'm going to start to move it up as it goes in my favor. Keep bouncing, brother. Man, why did I only do 3? Should have done 300. Yeah, all we're asking for, Nam, excuse me, is just 3 numbers from you. An entry point and a number, a stop loss and a number, and a target and a number. Can you give us those 3 numbers ahead of time? That's all we're asking for. That will help us visualize how you're going to take advantage of what you've been describing to us. Right now, all you're doing is describing stuff. You're just saying words. I mean, you're talking about available liquidity and all this cool sounding stuff, but okay, fine. How are you going to make money from available liquidity? Did anybody take that long with me? Give me a 1. Did anybody else take a swing at that? I like those. I mean, it snapped down and filled me, and it immediately bounced green. All right. Wow. Congrats. You were too low. Oh. What was that, yesterday or 2 days ago? I don't know, one of those days, if you were here, you were like, I could not get filled to save my, like, everything. Like, I would nail it from a broad sense of like, all right, I think this is going to pull back and go up. And it would pull back and go up. Problem is, my entry point was slightly off. All right, I think this thing is going to roll back over. And the thing did roll back over. But my entry point was slightly off. Oh, wow, guys. That's either another language or that's a typo. All right. Oh, yeah, maybe he meant oh, wow. Maybe. Now, is this a short? I think we're still too close to the bottom for me to want to do any shorts right now. So I'll pass. Now, if you're telling me that you're looking to get short, like right here, like, all right, no, Clay, I'm putting a short order there. Well, at this point, with the amount it keeps bouncing, I don't know if that... No, he's saying, oh, yeah, maybe. Okay, Nam, I guess, I don't know. Nam is just abandoned ship. He's gone. Wait, what? I gotta give an actual trade plan. I'm out. I'm only here to just say words. I'm not here to actually give a trade plan. Come on, man. Okay, so Nam, can you do that for us? How come you keep ignoring that question? Oh, you're typing it out? Okay, good. We're looking forward to seeing what your trade plan is. How you're going to make money from whatever you were saying earlier. That sounded really cool. It was like yesterday when somebody was like, I mean, I've always called it I've always called it consolidation over the years. But then he was just like, oh yeah, well the price is negotiating right now. I'm like, dude, that sounds so cool. There you go, Tim. Now all we need, Tim, is just give us the value of those lines. That's good. Okay, maybe a short here. Not maybe, I will take a short here. Well, I'll try to take a short. I want to see this bounce up a little bit more first. Because I'm also looking at right here on the 5 minute, we have this pivot point. So basically on the 5 minute, looking for a pivot point rejection. So that is the start of all this. Okay, well. What is that? 48 up to, yeah. That's what, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Get my, okay. Okay, I'm in. Those are my targets. That is my stop. So this thing either rolls back over, gets rejected by that pivot point on the 5-minute, or I will have a losing trade. Hey, brother. All right, we got one target. I'm not out of the woods yet, though. Not out of the woods yet. Could still be a losing trade. It'll be less of a losing trade because at least I was able to get that first target hit. And my position size is now smaller. So I'm not out of the woods yet. Could still be a losing trade. But the doggone thing bounced right off that yellow line. Which is why I had a target there, by the way. Just in case that happened. I use your method, bud. All right. Well, see, you don't use my method because notice how in my method right now, I have an entry point, I have a stop, I have targets. If you were asking me, I would be able to give that. I would say, all right, yeah, or Nam, I'm short at 848. My stop is 866. My next target is 821. So no, we're not trading the same because you are apparently not able to give me 3 numbers. It does. It does. Negotiating sounds fun. It does. I mean, he's cooking. When I heard that, I told him, I was like, oh, you clearly have a PhD in marketing. Like I said, could still be a losing trade. I'm not out of the woods yet. Yes, I could have stopped moved my stop down to break even, but I want to give this thing a chance to cook. I like the beard. Yeah, I'm used to it. We're way past the itchy stage, so. Where you been? Texuma? Haven't seen you in a while. Need a few order blocks. Yeah, see, I have no idea what that even is. Sounds cool, though. But whatever, I guess, folks, we need order blocks. That's what we need. I don't know in what way we need them or what they are, but we need them. If this comes down, I'm almost tempted to add. Here and there everywhere. Old MacDonald had a farm. Thanks, Brad. Lego block trading. Yeah. All right. Maybe this is the move down. If it does break down below the yellow line, I will move my stop down to break even at that point. But I'm trying to give this thing enough room. But yeah, if it does break below the yellow line, that will be my cue to move my stop down to at least break even. Next target is down here again. Like if you're just getting on the stream, I already had my first target hit. Now just trying to see if we can get some more. Oh, come on. Get below. Just break that yellow line. Why? Stupid yellow line. Again, this is the bottom of that former channel that we've been watching for a long time. So there is still a remnant of this channel here still being annoying. Even right there, you can see it bounced. I mean, this was a great looking candle. Like, really? Is this... Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. Now come down. Okay, I did... that was my cue. Hey, whoa, hey! What is... Okay, I'm confused. I'm panicking. I'm panicking. Let's just get my stop right there. Still a green trade if it comes back up. Does anybody else speak other languages when you get caught off guard, or is that just me? I think it's just me. I think it's just me. But yeah, I speak other languages when I get caught off guard. There we go. Let's move it down here some more. No, come on. Just flush. I mean, you already did flush, but like flush some more for me. Do it. Do it. Push that white line lower. That's the low of the day. And I'm stopped out. The order block indicator worked. I mean, I would just argue that the candlestick formation and trend analysis worked too. But hey, I'm glad hopefully you don't pay for that order block indicator. Hopefully that's a free indicator. Man, almost another. I guess, well, I don't know what that would that probably be a triple bottom now at this point if we're going to count. This is double bottom number 2. I might be wrong. Man, I'm a big believer. Well, it depends on what the free stuff is. I might be wrong, but I think Trump about to make an announcement. Ooh, do we know? Is Trump about to talk? Okay, does that mean you're getting short NAM at 24,800? Is that what that means? So you're going to get short at 24,800 and then your target is 24,500. Is that what you're saying? If yes, where would your stop be on that situation? Okay, and where's your stop at? I mean, I'm amazed you're going for a 300-point target. Okay, well, where's your stop at? You're freaking me out. You gave me an entry and a target. You don't give me any stop. Maybe I'm taking it too literal, but no, I disagree that everything works. No, not everything works. There are many things that work. I agree. There are many ways to go about trading, but everything is a strong word. So no, everything does not work. 24,950. Okay, so what is your position size? 1 MNQ, I'm assuming? I mean, you're risking 150 points and you're going for 300. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but I would assume your position size is 1 MNQ. No. Don't pee in our legs and tell me it's raining. You ain't taking 1 and 2 NQ positions with a 150 point stop. Oh boy. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. All right, well, I hope it works out for you. Yeah, so, I mean, Jack, it becomes even more of a baboon show. Anyways. No, I don't even know. We'll move on. So, the question. Yeah, good point. Yeah, exact. That's what it seems to be. Exact, which is why I cannot stand the cult. It's a sad situation. Which, as far as I can tell, for some reason, now the younger crowd, that makes sense. No offense, but I was once young. Like you whatever. But like, and then just very popular and like with like foreign country. I don't know why. I don't know. I don't understand the foreign crowd. But yeah, yeah. Turtle toilet paper. That's what I'll call it. Absolute crock of that whole thing is a cult. It's an absolute cult. It is wild. I was told about them when I was first getting into futures. I'm like, stop, you're exaggerating. And I was like, holy smokes, like it is a cult. It is crazy. All right, have a good one, Sweaty. Looks like it's going to be doing away with some EPA restrictions on cars. Okay, the announcement. What's a cult? A situation where the leader could say, hey, go jump off that cliff. And they'll be like, okay. That is another cult, yes. So the other interesting dynamic right now is this. What? Come on, trade ovate. What in the world? Just let me move you around. But yeah, the pivot point right here. So what would be very interesting is if the price can stay below the pivot and this 21 EMA can move down a little bit more. So I don't know, maybe like 10 minutes from now, and then it's a double whammy. You have both the pivot point and the EMA at the same level. And then to potentially buy that breakout, because right now, if you buy the breakout of the pivot, you kind of got to, at least in my opinion, I'd have to factor in the 21 EMA, which is not that far above. So is it going to be like a fake break of the pivot to then get smacked back down? But if we can just let this, the EMA come down a little bit more, get even with the pivot point, and then buy that break, I don't know. Again, I'm just talking out loud right now. Just kind of giving the thought process. The 1 minute candles are moving crazy. Come on, Compton. Where were you when we were on the 15-second time frame? Maybe a short here. In fact, not maybe. I will. I'll take that short. I think I will. If I get short here at 46, what is that? Goodness, that's still like 20 point. Am I seeing this right? Is my math off? Okay, 46. And then if I put my stop up here, look at this. That is wild. From here up to here is a 20-point stop. Oh, Trump's about to talk. I'm going back. Yeah, good. I'm glad you saw the light again. What have you been trading, Compton? Silver or what? I'm just nibbling right now, but I want a roast beast. A roast beast dinner. I've heard of roast beef dinners. What's a roast beast? Curious, do you trade same strategy for the open or do you go for longer trades? I'm trading pretty much the same way. So you're still doing options. Oh, Compton. All right, Trump is speaking right now. So if you're somebody that likes to avoid the markets when Trump talks, he is talking right now. So that purple line is basically also the pivot point on the 5 minute that we were just looking at. Where the wild things are. Yeah, that's a classic kids book. I think it gave me nightmares. Like there were some weird things in that one. I'll look into that and get back to you, period. Are the ticks out already, question mark? The neighbor kid at the homestead where we will eventually be building. He's like, hey, would you mind if I try to hunt some coyotes? I'm like, yep, go for it. But he's just asking me about the tick repellent I was telling him about. So I'm like, wait a second. There's no way the ticks are out already in mid-February. I mean, I know it's warmer here in Iowa, but they better not already be out. That'd be crazy. It will go lower than the equal lows. Lower than the double bottom? Is that what you're saying there, Tim? Is that what you mean by equal lows, I'm assuming? The double, you think you think it'll violate the double bottom down here? Yeah, I would hope the ticks are. I mean, I'm so new to Iowa, so like I'm still trying to figure stuff out. But like my mind would be blown. Maybe he's just trying to get a head start on it. Well, I mean, I don't know if they're a big issue, but I mean, there are ticks in Iowa, yeah. All right, have a good one, Texoma. All right, well, how long is this speech of Trump supposed to go for? Does anybody know? Is it? I don't know. I don't know if this is I mean, yeah, of course it's a possible bottom, but I mean, we're kind of. I think we're at the whim of if Trump says something right now. if you kill a coyote, it creates more. Well, then there's going to be more dead coyotes. All right. Well, on the 5-minute, we are right at that 21 EMA. His speech is with the head of the EPA. Gotcha. They're a big issue here. Lyme disease. Yeah, I don't know if the diseases are too bad. But again, all I know is that my nephew in Michigan, he got Lyme disease and went through quite the... they caught it early enough, but he still went through some stuff. So yeah, we as a family take it pretty seriously. I don't know, Clay. I notice every 3-day weekend are bullish. Maybe. I guess to be fair to you, I have not researched that out. But hey, man, if you've researched out every 3-day weekend are bullish, and I guess all in long. But it's still not Friday yet. So even if you're thinking of getting long for the weekend, we're not the weekend yet. Ticks don't bother me. Yeah. I had Lyme disease. My whole back turned bright red. Yeah, my nephew. It was seems to kind of hit everybody a little different. But anyways, yeah, we found some really good stuff. That I mean, it is crazy. It works really well. It's got Promethean, something like that in it. It is not organic. It is not organic. I'll put it that way. What are you talking about, Nam? You gave us a trade plan. Did he give us an updated trade plan? Okay, Born Again Trader is calling you out. Let's go see. Let's see if we have to get out the ban button here. Or maybe at least the timeout button. What did he call out? You said you're getting short if we broke 4,800. Okay, and we never did. So you did not have a trade. So what are you talking about? Or did I miss something from him? I'm looking. He talked about ticks. Boom, book 24,000 profit, 24,861. He said short at the bottom, now books profit on. Did he seriously, Born Again Trader, or are you just goofing around with him? We're watching you, Nam. Just know. I think we may be onto you and your shenanigans. We're watching. Man, if I wasn't such a bonehead this morning, I'd be up nicely. You can't be too hard on yourself, Jocko. This morning was, especially the gold drop, right? I mean, this was just, crazy on gold. That is craziness right there. So, doesn't necessarily excuse anything per se. That doesn't mean oh, well, you're a degenerate. It's just like, I can see people behaving reasonably and then still just getting smashed because that was just such a crazy move. As always, you call out somebody all right, I'm out of here. They're on to me. But then again, I mean, I think that's better. Somebody's going to show up and be like, yeah, I run 150 point stops with 2 NQs. Uh-huh. I'm sure you do, buddy. I'm sure you do. I don't know because I don't, and I'm not asking for feedback because, like I said, I don't want a bunch of other people's names in here because I don't know who the vast majority of people are. But I'm starting to get the impression that like we're one of the few like in the trading space chats that like call people out. They're like, "Oh, really? Well, can you do this, this, and this?" They're like, "Well, and then we like people just. To be fair, maybe I don't. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we should just let people flap their lips and make outrageous claims like, "Oh yeah, I got 2 NQs. I'm risking 150 points on it." You like all right, yeah. But it's not even me. Like it's kind of now the culture. Like if that sort of thing offends you, those people are gone. But if you appreciate it like you do, LFRM, like okay, people like you will stick around. People like Born Again Trader stick around, and they'll like be like, "Well, wait a second, but you said you were. Wait a second." The silver and gold drop most likely Proust. I'm sorry. I understood the gold typo. You meant to not say guild. You meant to say gold. But most likely Proust. I don't know what that one is. That typo is too much for me to overcome on that one. I would like to have that kind. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, I don't have anything against nice cars. Don't get me wrong. But I'm always a little leery when the people with like sports cars and all this fancy stuff show up and they just start making outlandish claims. It's like, is that true? Or are you just like a 17-year-old dude that is just trying to act like a baller because you're kind of bored right now? Okay, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not saying that is rock solid logic, but yes. Avatar of some sports car and then trying to tell us you're risking 150 points with 2 NQs. It's like, yeah, maybe, or maybe, that's not true. Because this is the internet, Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I got had a good entry point this morning, and then a glitch worked out in my favor. That is a nutshell version. If you want the more in-depth 16-minute mark of the stream, if you go back to the 16-minute mark is where I map it out a little bit more. We could all make money with yeah exactly. It's just like wait, isn't everything? Oh, that's true. I'm sorry. Yeah, if it's on the internet, it is true. That's on me. That's bad logic on my part. This is not just a Gen Z dominated. Yeah, I think we have a pretty good age range here. I think we err more on the older side of the range because I think the young. I'll just say it because I used to be one. I think the young punks when they show up and they just run their mouths and they see that we don't put up with it, they're like bunch of jerks. I'm out of here. It's like yep, see ya. All right. Well, we are up here at this short. The only thing that's holding me back from a short right now, and maybe I shouldn't care that much because I can throw in a stop, but Trump is talking, and I don't really like to trade when he is. But I guess even if I assume worst case, he says something, it skyrockets up. I take 30 points of slippage. If I'm on 3 MNQs, not the end of the world. Well, welcome. Good to have you. Eat taters, eats crayons. That's a good name. It's a good name. I like it. I like people that eat crayons. Hey, cool. Jack is retired, yeah. Exactly. If you eat crayons, I can trust you more. Hey, I'm back for a quick question. Who's got good deals running right now in your favor? Well, I mean, I always say take profit trader. I don't believe in shopping by price when it comes to the prop firm space, especially as a beginner. Beginner prop firm traders, I don't agree with. Well, I'm shopping by price. No, I argue shop by rules and payout policy. And in that category, even if you're not a beginner, I still argue take profit trader has the best, cleanest set of rules, and then the daily payouts. So if you're making $1,500 a day, you can request $1,500 a day. So yeah, I would say take profit trader. With code Clay, all caps, if you want to get the deal and also just help support the stream. Oh, too slow. I just tried a long there for some momentum on the upside, but I was too slow. And then the balloon is floating away. If you saw the green line show up for a minute, that was me trying to get long, but I was too slow on it, and I'm not going to chase it at this point. I appreciate it, Texman. Yeah. It's too hard, honestly, Texman. It's way too hard to keep up with all the prop firms and what deal, who's running what, and blah, 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 blah. So I don't know. I'm not a good person to ask in that. I just, like I said, I'm team take profit trader, so that's who I'm saying. You still haven't yet all in ballin'? Man, busting my chops over here. You can't even give them a try. Come on, brother. I see. I mean, I'm trying to. It was. I don't remember at its peak. I got really aggressive, and I don't regret the trade because it was a nice setup and it just didn't work out. And then that one, I think at one point was like minus 800. That could be a lie. Maybe it was only minus 700. But yeah, almost got my MNQ trading back to green. Again, this is the same account down here. This is NQ trades on the day. MNQ. Right there, I took a MGC trade earlier on. That was just kind of crazy. That was only two MGCs, and I barely had any movement in my favor, yet it was still 117. But yeah, so this right here is not like an account that's red. It's just my MNQ trading has been red, but almost back to green. Was it minus 700? Gotcha. Curious to know your thoughts on when to know if a guy should stop trying. I know a guy that blew like 8K in test accounts, no payouts. He's beginning to get it, but he's thinking of quitting. Well, it's too hard to say because I don't know his situation. Like if he's got multiple kids, I mean if he has not even kids, but just to create, if he's got kids and his kids are now having to eat bread and rice every day because that 8K has his family on the verge of potentially living under a bridge, then yeah, I would say call it good for now. But if his family's okay, if his responsibilities as a husband or father are okay, then fine. But yeah, I don't know. That is a very nuanced situation. Because 8K for some is like a drop in the bucket. 8K for others could be like, man, I'm about to make my family homeless. That's definitely be done for now. But I mean, somebody like me, that's almost like nothingness, which can sound crazy. But I'm also coming from the world where before prop accounts, we're like right here on this video. I don't remember when this was. I think this was 2018, was it? Let's see. Yeah, okay. So 2018, I had two trades, both on this day and this day. Now, I kept trading, which is why you're not showing 5,000. But between those two trades, I guess I lost $5,000 in two trades. The lesson here was just how, man, you got to manage risk because it's crazy how just two trades out of a whole month can really knock things down. Or at least I think that was probably the lesson that I tried to teach. I don't remember because I did this video, almost 8 years ago. But anyways, my point is that for me, as somebody that used to have to trade with my own funds, like I see $8,000 and I'm like, okay, well, I mean, I've lost in 2 trades. In 2 trades, I've lost almost as much as that person has. And what I'm assuming is over 100 accounts. But like in 2 trades, so, but like I said, it all circles back to what's that person's, what is that person's personal situation? No bridge living at the moment. He's just tired of losing. Well, I mean, like I said, he could be me. Let me see if I can find this one. Like, I don't think the people that don't have any experience trading their own funds, I don't think, and I get it, I sound like an old grumpy person, but I don't think you understand how good you have it. Okay. So again, I've done a lot of stupid things over the years, but I've had the YouTube channel since 2013. So cut me some slack. Okay, let's see here. Okay, there we go. So right here, minus, you can't see in the yellow circle there, that minus 4,500. That is my money on one trade. Let's just do a little bit of math here. So prop firm world, you could get an account for 90 bucks. Okay. So 90 bucks will get you an account. And if you lose the account, meaning you go and lose $1,500, because there are rules. The rule here is don't lose more than $1,500. So if you're to lose $1,500, that means you're not losing $1,500 out of your pocket. You're only losing the account, which means if you spent 90 bucks on the account, that's how much you're losing. Well, on this trade here, because this was before I got into prop firms, I lost $4,500 of my money. So let's just do this real quick. 4,500 divided by 90 in one trade. I repeat, in one trade. And that trade probably lasted a few minutes at most. In one trade, a few minutes, I roasted the equivalent of 50 prop accounts. Which is why when people show up and they're like, "Oh man, I'm going to give up. I've blown up 12 accounts." Again, I'm not blowing accounts needs to be treated seriously. You need to make sure you're learning. So if you're blowing accounts and you're laughing about it, you're not learning anything, that's a red flag. But if you're learning, if you're figuring stuff out, if you're fine tuning, if you're making progress, then that is way different. And that is a good situation. But the person that's doing that, that's learning, that's making progress, and then they come to me and they're like, "Man, I'm giving up. I've blown 15 accounts." I'm like, 15 counts? 15 accounts? Listen, buddy. Listen, little young whippersnapper. I've roasted the equivalent of 50 accounts in one trade before. You little whippersnappers don't know how good you have it with this prop firm stuff. So, I mean, like I said, I'm not saying 8,000 is not a lot of money. But what I'm saying is in totality, I mean, like I said, 4,500 bucks in one trade. Not to mention, this person, bless his heart for being very transparent. But we had this person, this was a while ago now, but he was doing NDX options with his own money. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time, broke a couple rules. Unfortunately, it was in one of these nasty, nasty moves down, and that's his money right there. Not prop firms, that's his money. Do you know how many prop accounts you could buy with that amount of money? A lot. This person has since switched to prop firms. Because yes, all it takes is wrong place, wrong time, and now, of course, I'm not saying this, if you use your own money, if you don't use props, this is the risk of happening to you every day. Okay, no, but again, it can happen. Well, it'll never happen to me. That's what everybody says. Now, have I ever had that one? No, but I mean, like, it's amazing how sometimes it's almost like the market has your number for the day. And it's like that day, it chooses you, that if you fail to behave properly, you're going to get cooked. And yeah, so that's just my point is, going back, again, I'm not saying 8,000 is not a lot of money. I'm not saying that you should not cherish a dollar. But what I am saying is, you got to keep things in perspective. So I don't know. Without knowing more details, all I will say is I kind of, I don't know if evil is the right word, but maybe it is evil, but I kind of just chuckle when someone's like, I'm going to give up. Trading's not for me. I've blown 20 accounts. Okay, well, you just, and I don't blame that person. That is one advantage for me in a weird way, coming from the world of usually needing to risk my own funds and seeing losses like that over my career where it's like, you idiot. To now be like, okay, wow, that was a really stupid thing. Okay, Clay, but you roasted a couple accounts today. Okay, well that is nothing compared to where I've been in the past. But if you've never been there in the past, I do understand how you can lose that perspective. I'm just trying to explain why my perspective is like, dude, like I'm glad you're taking it seriously, but don't beat yourself up that hard. Like keep at it, man. Keep grinding. People got smoked when silver dumped from, yes, people that were not in prop accounts, yeah. I mean, silver, even today, people that were using their own funds on those precious metal moves down got crushed. Nam bailed. Nam did not appreciate, I guess, being brought to a world of accountability. Trading's too hard. If you want to quit, you have to be a psycho. If you want to quit. If you have any indication of quitting, take a break. It's way too. Like I said, I view props as this. The way I view prop firm trading is each account is a trade itself. So think about a trade. If you're using your own money, part of a good trade plan is you're going to have a stop loss. And associated with that stop loss is basically a cost of doing business, right? If I'm wrong on this trade, so if I have 100 shares of a stock and I set my stop loss at $2 per share, that means my risk if I'm wrong is $200, right? So all trades have a stop loss, and that is the amount that could come out of your pocket, out of your account, however you want to look at it, because you're wrong. So I just view each prop account itself as a trade. What is the stop loss on the trade, aka on the account? Well, whatever you pay for it. So if you're doing this one, the way I would view it is your stop loss is ultimately $102. Because within the account, if you go and lose $2,000, that is where, okay, you violated the rule, you lost too much, we're taking the account away from you. Well, again, you're not losing $2,000, you're only losing $102. So the way I would view this is, sure, you blew up the account, but I would just look at that as, okay, a losing trade. On that trade, you lost $100, which in my mind is like mind-blowing because as you just saw, I'm the guy that's used to risking hundreds of dollars, per trade, if not 1,000, right? If you're taking, a couple hundred shares of Tesla and you got to give the thing wiggle room, I mean, it can add up quickly. So I just I'm not saying this is how you should view prop trading, but this is how I view it. Each account is a trade. The stop loss, the risk associated with that trade is ultimately whatever you paid for it. And for me, yeah, I mean, $100 risk on a trade. Like I said, we had somebody, Zooks earlier was like, and I don't know if this was the exact math. Let's just err on the side of caution. Let's say he was doing these. So he had 4 accounts, and let's just say they were all, he had 4 trades that he took. And I don't know if this is true, but just to make the math. So he bought, and with take prop trade, you can have up to 5 accounts, pro accounts. Or 5 trades, if you will, going at once. But he had 4 of these. So let's just say he paid $216 for each account. That's 4. So he had $864 at risk, right? Because those were his trades. He then said he roasted 3 of them. So he roasted 3, so we have to subtract minus 216, minus 216, minus 216. Okay, so now I'm an idiot. I don't know what. Anyways, where are we at? Okay, that makes sense. We're 3 hours and 20 minutes in when my brain starts to shut down. So he had 864 at risk. He then went and roasted 3 of these accounts. So again, if we look at this as just a trade standpoint, he took 3 trades. They were all losing trades. aka roasted account, roasted account, roasted account. But he still had one more trade left, right? He had one more account left. On that one, he went and made, he said $2,500, green. So think about that. He only had a 25% win rate, but because that 4th trade he hit a banger for him. Now he's well in the green. Because if we have this, so 864, so he made 2,500 and got to subtract out his cost, 864, he's still up $1,636 with a 25% win rate. And that's ultimately what trading is about, right? You can have a profitable strategy being right only 40% of the time. I mean, Zooks, now if you extrapolate this out, in theory, Zooks could have a 25% win rate and still be fine. Now, if he's using his own funds, those other three could have really just destroyed him. But because of the nature of prop firms, his risk is just limited at that 216 per trade because that's how much he paid. So I don't know if any of this is making sense, but that is how I view prop trading. Is each account is a trade itself. What is the stop loss associated with that trade? Whatever you spend on it, because that's ultimately all that's actually at risk. And that is how you can have, and we've had this discussion before, like in theory, you could have 10 accounts, 10 trades, and you have 8 losing trades, aka you get 8 accounts roasted. But if you get two trades, 2 accounts that really take off, man, that's going to pay for all those other roasted trades, all those other bad trades, and then some. No way he's going to make 2,500 using the same strategy. Elber, what do you mean no way? You don't understand how trading works. You could use a same strategy and you could have 3 setups. I can't even believe I have to explain this. Okay, I will. For you beginners out there, in trading, you could have a strategy. You could take this setup. And this setup, maybe 4 out of 5 times doesn't work out for whatever reason. But on the 5th time, if it does work out, and again, you let the thing work for you, you work for it, you can get very big gains. I mean, that is why within trading, you don't even have to have, it's not like you got to have a win rate of 51% or you don't make money. That's so not true. That is just not true. You could have a 40% win rate. Sure, you lose more than you win, but when you win, if you're winning very, very nicely, well, then that compensates for everything. Okay, Zooks is right there. So, yeah, I'm assuming Albert is just a newbie, which is fine. I've tried to make sure everybody. But at the end of the day, that is the power of prop firms, is their ability to reduce consequences. What do I mean? Well, let's just say, in fact, we had this a couple weeks ago. Somebody showed up and they were all disappointed. They're like, man, I've had a terrible day. I was trading SPY options and I think they lost like $2,100 or so. I can't remember what it was. But so I took that as an example. I was just like, okay, what do I mean by prop firms are very, very powerful? Their most powerful attribute is reducing consequences. Well, let's just take that trader. They had a terrible day. Well, how are we defining terrible day? They lost $2,000. Okay, now let's run a comparison. So let's say that terrible day, $2,000 loss using your own funds. What is your consequence? Well, your consequence is you literally lost $2,000 of your own money. But what happens if, again, same terrible day happened within a prop account? Well, yeah, you lost $2,000, which is a rule violation. So what's the consequence there? Well, the consequence is you lose your account. But if you only paid $102 for your account, then the ultimate consequence is you lost $102. So again, same terrible day, 2 different consequences. Using your own cash, consequences, you lost $2,000. Using a prop firm, consequences, you lost your account. But since you only paid $102 for your account, you actually only lost $102. So reduction, consequence reducing ability. That sounds kind of legit, doesn't it? Consequence reducing ability. That is what I would argue is the main feature of prop firms. They're a risk management tool. A lot of people get hung up, and I understand because it is a cool feature, about, yeah, but you can copy trade and you can copy trade multiple accounts and you can leverage, blah, blah, which is, again, good stuff. You definitely can create very explosive gains. But as somebody that is a firm believer that ultimately what matters most is risk management, I view the risk management component as by far the most important thing. So, I don't know how we got. I'm not gonna, but people's strategy suck. Well, I don't know. I'll just, okay, Albert, in a weird way, you kind of just made an argument for prop accounts. Let's just assume for a second that Zook's strategy does indeed suck. Think about it. Even with a sucky strategy, the dude is still up. What was the math on that? $1,600 now? Okay, I deleted it out. But I think it was like still $1,600, even with, per your premise, a sucky strategy. Because that's how much prop firms insulate the risk. By the way, Zooks, I'm not saying that your strategy is sucky. I was just, to prove the point, I was just conceding the point that, yeah, you have a sucky strategy. Yet even with a sucky strategy, you're still able to come out well ahead today. No, you're just wrong right there. I mean, I literally just gave the math, Albert. And I don't know. Maybe you're in a different country and math works differently in your country. I don't know. Okay, Albert, what are you talking about? What does only 1% make a living out of? What does that have to do with anything? That's not the point at all. I don't know. We might be talking past one another. There is the delay. So maybe Albert is replying to something that I said already that I forgot that I said, which it comes making him come across as being irrelevant. So to be fair, I mean, that is where I really wish this could be like absolute real time. But there is like a 3 to 5 second delay. So I don't know. Albert, if you were replying to something that I said maybe 5 seconds ago that I forgot that I said 5 seconds ago, that can always sometimes create some confusion. Would you agree you have to take time? Yeah, no. I mean, you want to factor in time for sure. For sure. That's why I'm not going to spend 3 months in a test account. Well, we got the move back down here. Here's our yellow line that, man, this yellow line is quite the reputation. I will. In fact, I'm once again, I'm going to go for a buy down there. Put my stop right there. So it either is going to maintain these lows. I guess we could call it a triple bottom or not. No, I mean, obviously it's still got to drop down quite a bit, but where's my one trade? This, right? Yeah. So I've done this before. I think almost at exact area. We went long there and got a beautiful bounce. For some reason, I did not try it again there. I have no idea why at this point. But I will try it again right here. Just because it's worked before, no guarantees it'll work again, but I would like to think that I'm not like doing something randomly. I'd like to think there's a bit of a thought process behind all this. Trump's done talking. Thank you, Mark. Even, I don't know if Brian's here right now. Eventually, I mean, the streak is ended, but he had one, again, if we go with kind of how I view the trades, if each account is a trade, he had one trade that paid him over $20,000, I think. So think about that. One trade, aka one prop account that he went on a run with, paid him over $20,000. That one winning trade has paid for many losing trades, aka blown prop accounts. Yeah, but did he get a payout? Yeah. He got over $20,000 in payouts. Again, he's with Take Profit Trader, who pays and who pays daily. So he was daily taking payouts. Like every single day for, I want to say like a month and a half straight, he was taking daily payouts because Take Profit Trader is awesome. They have daily payouts. Again, Albert, you're missing the point. What I'm trying to convey is let's just say it's a sucky strategy, and it's a sucky strategy that's only right 20% of the time. Now, I'm not saying this, like, I'm just saying as a general kind of thought thing, But with prop firms, in theory, a 20% being consistent, being right 20% of the time could yield Zooks a profitable strategy, because due to the prop firms, the risk is so minimal given the way the numbers work. I agree, Albert. We both agree you've got to be consistent. What I am presenting is, yeah, but how consistent? And what Zook shows us is you apparently don't even need to be that consistent, yet you could still potentially structure winning trades overall. But yes, we're talking, or I think I have failed to explain what I'm actually pointing at. Yes, agreed. You have to be consistent. How consistent is the question on the table? Well, thank you, M. Christopher. Glad to... Okay, all in ballin'. Give me a 1 if you were here, because I've explained this about 4,000 times when you've been on the live stream. So maybe you say stuff and then maybe you have to go walk away. So can you give me a 1 real quick so I can sure you hear me? Okay. With Take Profit Trader, this monthly fee is only during the test phase. So when people ask me, well, hey, Clay, how long do I have to take to pass the test? As long as you want. But this is why I say, but aim to pass within 1 month. That way you only have to pay this one time. Because after you pass the test and get your pro account, and the pro account is where you can start to get that real cheddar, that real money in your pocket, that goes away. There are no more monthly fees. Can you give me a 1 all in ballin'? Can you confirm that you just heard that explanation? Yeah, exactly, Joker. Yeah. There you go. So that is why earlier Greg said, well, do you need to factor time into all this? And I would say absolutely. Like I said, I am not interested in taking 4 months to pass an account to get my pro account. Because A, that's 4 months from a time perspective. But B, now you're paying that monthly fee 4 times, which means your risk is actually now bigger, right? The less you have into the account, the less your risk is. Okay, I'm super new, but I heard this explanation. Well, good. No, it makes no sense to go above the profit. Whatever your profit goal is, anything above there, it doesn't mean anything. Nobody is saying that, my trading NQ. What are you even talking about? I swear, some people, they don't listen to respond. They just respond. But also at the end of the day, people are focusing on making money. That's not the focus. My argument, and I know a lot of you can finish my sentence. Blind, drunk monkeys can make money in trading. But can you hang on to that money? Can you manage risk? Ultimately, for me, trading has nothing to do with making money. It has everything to do with risk management. And that's where prop firms come into play. They're going to force you to focus on risk via their rules, and they're going to focus you, and they're just going to implement risk because, well, at the end of the day, no matter how stupid you get, you're not going to have this. You're not going to have this like this one person who had the really bad day. Because a prop firm, once you hit the limit, they just end the trade. But if you're using your own funds, they'll let you be as big of a baboon as you want until your account is gone, until your account balance is 0. And yeah, this person had a big account. Well, big is relative. I mean, I don't know, maybe some of you don't look at $50,000 as a big account. But anyways, so yes, that's the ultimate thing with the prop accounts is you could be the biggest dent, the biggest baboon ever with an account, with the trade. And if that's your own funds, your funds are going to keep getting, or your loss is going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. But with a prop account, it's like, no, there are rules here. If you want to be a baboon, that's fine. But once you hit 2,000, we're closing the trade. It's game over. Your account, you have blown the account, but you're still only out 102. Again, that's what I'm saying, my trading MNQ. I don't know, you're like bitter or jaded or something. You need to get to the pro account. That's the phase where you can start to make money in the pro account phase. Be honest, my trading MNQ. Are you a little jaded, bitter about something right now? Be honest. Because you're coming across that way. Well, never mind. I totally forgot about this order, but never mind on the long. It does not look like it's coming down there. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I'm getting at, fade trade. Yeah. I'm not sure some people are actually getting, and I'll take blame for not explaining it right, but yes, that's exactly what I'm getting at. Yes, there are rules along the way. These rules are requiring you to stay disciplined, to stay focused. Okay. Curtis, that's what I think about that. I'm going to go ahead and delete that out. Keep those 3 letters out of here. I think you're in a cult, Curtis, with all due respect. Using terminology like that, I think you might be in a cult. Yeah, LFRM. Okay, on the 5-minute, we are approaching a very interesting area. We have this downward sloping purple line, which on my chart is that 50 period simple moving average. Doesn't mean that it will for sure reject from there, but if it were to reject, I don't think anybody's going to be too shocked by that. Clay, tell they to. Okay, I think you had a typo in there. I think you mean Clay, tell them to dump it. Yeah, sure. I'll get Marky on the phone. Well, if you're Curtis, if you're using terminology like that, you have been trained by a cult. Like those 3 letters are the biggest sign that you are officially you have been influenced by a cult. Yeah, so call it a support, Curtis, and you won't come across as being part of a cult. Although I don't know, what are you even talking? Supply and demand, but it's actually just supply and demand. So you mean a support level? Is that what you're saying, Curtis? Is supply and demand a support level? Yeah, I'm jaded, angry, but at the end of the day, okay, there you go. Isn't that weird? I can tell in your messaging. I appreciate your honesty though, admitting to being jaded and. Well, if you don't like that anyway, I mean, at the end of the day, go risk your own funds. But just be, especially in futures, because futures can move so quick. All it takes is one bad day, and you're going to be like, well, I could have had 15 prop accounts for what just happened to me in that one trade. But I do respect you. I respect the fact that you're at least honest about being angry and jaded. Yeah, exactly. On the pro, there's no consistency rule. They only put that during the test phase because they don't want people to YOLO, get lucky, and then say, hey, look, I passed. Dude, I think it's going to come down now. Okay, well, how are you going to make money from that, Ronnie? Where are you short at? Where's your stop at? Because right now, that's just what we call broad statement trading. I think it's going to come down now. Okay, well, how are you going to make money from that? Yeah, that is very true. What is your name? K.O. Straw? Your anger towards Chad is, I mean, there is no anger here, Albert. Okay. What? Hello? Just this totally froze up. Again? What? Is it my computer or is it? Look, nothing's moving. But as I look off, well, I don't know. Let me bring this over. Does this work? Yeah, look at that. This is moving though. Man, I've never had this happen ever before. And twice in one stream. Wait, just logged out, logging back in. There we go. Okay, take that what you will. Maybe some Tradeovate issues out there. Brandon, you can go back to the 16-minute mark, and I explained that. I knew people would be asking about it. Yeah, no, what you said is factual, but the reason why I could tell you're angry and bitter is because it had nothing to do with anything that was relevant to what was the topic at that point. That was my little sneaky suspicion. Man, this guy just seems angry and bitter. Because again, like I said, what you brought out is factual. Sure. But like those facts were completely irrelevant to what was being talked about at that point. Do I copy trade? I don't. I mean, I'd like to eventually get to copy trading, but I'm also somebody that just goes slow. But no, as of now, I do not copy trade. I don't have anything against copy trading at all. I don't know. I'm kind of a slow mover. The last 3 mornings I've had to refresh to get out of a trade. Oh, really? I like that, AJ. There are no longer support or resistance. They are negotiation zones. That's true. I like that. Dude. And then, okay, we're going to build some concepts for ourselves, some methods for ourselves. Trader negotiating. Negotiation trader? What are we going to name this thing? And it'll be built around all these cool sounding terminologies. If you weren't here yesterday, we had somebody show up. And that basically what I've always called a consolidation range. They were like, oh yeah, the price is negotiating right now. And I'm like, oh, that sounds legit. Wow. I mean, I'm just a buffoon. A buffoon who is a baboon. I've always just called that consolidation. Well, this is funny too, because we had somebody earlier that was like, basically, EMAs are the blah, blah, blah. It's like, I use EMAs, so I don't have anything against EMAs. But don't forget about the old schools, the OGs. The 50 period, simple moving average. Look at that. And there's no hindsight here. You guys heard me talking about that purple line. Look at that. Smacked it right down. It gave that price a big old spanking. Don't forget about the OGs. Who are the OGs? I would argue the 50 period, simple moving average, and the 200 period, simple moving average. I kind of want to take a long here, but I'm too scared after my platform here just froze up for a while. I'm not going to, I mean, right now. Whoops. Okay, that was. Actually, what was that? That was kind of cool. Blurry board. What would be the point of using a blurry board? Anyways. This is the voices are here. As I've named it, the YouTube live stream voice is here right now. Hey, dude. Man, remember when that thing used to be like minus 700? Let's get that back to green on the live stream so you can look smart. It's there. It's there right now. I am doing battle. Maybe you can see it in my eyes. Maybe. But right now, what you see in my eyes is me doing battle with that voice right now. Not just throwing out a trade for the sake of trying to get that back to green. Because it doesn't matter. Heck, no, it doesn't matter. I'm doing just fine. But man, the stupid ego. Okay, Ronnie, what is up with this today? Is there a case? I mean, the world revolves around me-itis. There is a severe case of it. Now Ronnie has the world revolves around me-itis. Don't take it. Hitting bottom of the range. Well, with all due respect, Ronnie, for your strategy and your, whatever you call it, method, yeah, you would not want to take it. But brother, not everybody trades like you. The world does not revolve around you. So you got to call up your doctor, say, hey, doc, I'm suffering from the world revolves around me-itis. They'll give you a pill. This pill tastes like butterscotch. You'll take the pill, and then moving forward, you'll show up and be like, your comment would read like this. For my strategy, I wouldn't take it because it's hitting the bottom of the range. Right? There you go. Do you see the intellectual humility in that rephrasing? So there you go, brother. Get on the phone with your doctor. I've suffered from it before. That's how I know the pill tastes like butterscotch. It's good. It's good. I looked when you said Ronnie. Oh, I'm sorry, not you, Ronnie. Ronnie Hossein. And then I feel bad for Alex. There was an Alex Baller. Yeah, Alex Baller, I think, if I remember his name. Alex Sherman ruined it for Alex Baller. And then if your name is Darcy, I'm sorry. Like, Darcy really ruined it for any other Darcys in here. Doggone. You guys all heard me say it. I wanted to get long here, but because of the platform bugging out, that would have been a nice long. Also, I probably would have just scalped, so I wouldn't even be holding anymore. I don't know for sure, but there's a very real chance, given I was just explaining how I'm doing battle right now with the YouTube voice, there's a very real chance that I would have just P&L traded, and I would have just watched that, and as soon as that number got higher than 20, I'd have been like, close position. I don't know for sure because I try not to look at the P&L while I trade, but if I'm being as brutally honest with myself as possible, there's a high chance that would have probably happened. Yeah, again, Ronnie, didn't you just tell me not to take this? When I was talking about that, weren't you like, don't take it? I don't judge people. I don't judge by what people say, only what they do. Well, I'm going to have to disagree there, Albert. If somebody's like, I'm going to do something really bad to your family, I'm going to take that relatively seriously. I'm not going to wait until they do it and then make the judgment. So, yeah, I'll have to respectfully disagree with that logic there, Albert. Hey, Clay, been a minute. Ethan, I recognize that name. Yeah, more so your avatar. Oh, cool. Well, welcome back. Oh, I'm sure Grandma loved that. Oliver, good job, Oliver. Congrats. But for real, didn't Ronnie just tell me? In terms of trading. I mean, yeah, maybe a little bit more, but I don't know. I'm gonna start to judge the people that show up and they're like, I don't use stops. Stops for losers. I'm gonna begin to judge that person. Okay, Ronnie Hosen. When the price was right here, and then you revealed the world revolves around me itis. Were you saying I should not have gotten long there? Was that what you said there, brother? Yes. Okay. Thank you for being honest. The Darcy effect is okay, maybe not undefeated. But I am truly beginning to think that we have discovered a new law of nature known as the Darcy effect. You just can't make this stuff up. Don't get long here. Boing. Do you see, Ronnie, why? Had you just been intellectually honest and said, hey, for me and my strategy, I want to get long here, then nobody would be roasting you right now. But because you just decided to make a universal claim to tell us all, don't get long here. Now you open yourself up for cooking because it was a very intellectually arrogant statement to just barf upon everybody, to assume that everybody does your strategy and sees the market the way you do. You see what I mean, Ronnie? I'm telling you, man, intellectual humility can save you a lot of grief in the big picture. The words I think, or for me, or for my strategy, I would not. Like nobody even cares about it. We care about you, Ronnie. We're just trying to help you in life, man. I told you guys okay, never mind. We tried to help. I'll put it that way. We tried to help. Crisco. Okay, well, it's trying to push again. I don't trust any of this. I don't know. Everything just seems even this is kind of delayed. Like click, try to drag. Okay, that happened fine. Click, try to. Okay, even that. Did you see? I don't know if it picks it up on the live stream, but even that was like a little not smooth. So I don't know what's going on with Tradeovate right now. This is oh, good job, Cheryl. Glad to hear it. Got to think that everybody and their brother's uncle has drawn that line. So maybe there's some sort of self-fulfilling prophecy revolved around that area. We'll see. Consolidation. No, we don't call that consolidation anymore. That is price negotiation. What used to be called consolidation is now called negotiation. I'd be tempted to take a long here. One of these kind of late day breakouts, 5 minute. I mean, if you want to just kind of call that. I'd be tempted, but again, I'm not going to because my the platform right now has me weirded out. So I'm just going to sit here and watch. Hey, do we got 3 more likes out there? Are there 3 people that are enjoying enough to at least push us up to 250? Kind of bummed we couldn't even hit 300, but at the same time, I've done such a miserable job of reminding people to hit the like button that it's pretty much my fault, I think. But yeah, hey, if you are enjoying in any way, shape, or form and have not yet hit that like button, if you could hit it, who knows? Maybe we go on a massive momentum breakout in the likes and push all the way up to 300. I'm not counting on it, but I suppose you never know. But yeah, if you are enjoying and have not yet hit that like button, please consider doing so. Hey, there we go. 264. I don't know. Are the shorts getting squeezed? We'll see. 268. Oh man. Yeah, I haven't heard any widespread. I've just had some issues here. Thank you, Alex. Hopefully we don't have any more Bush League hindsight critiques. $274. I don't know. Do we have a chance? Maybe we do. Oh, nope, not touching it. My 5 minute just unloaded, or not, I don't, unlogged and logged me back in. I didn't capture it, but yep, all right. So fair warning, I don't know if it's just me. I don't understand how this all works, but caution. If you decide to take a trade on Tradeovate, I don't know, just be careful. Kind of, Curtis. It kind of works like that, but a lot of those people already watching have already hit the like button. So, yeah, Trump talked and he's done. Okay, Ronnie, have you been here before? Honest question, because you have gone into full-blown dent mode at this point. Now you're telling me to take a trade, even though you just witnessed my platform locking up. Have you been here before? Are you under a new name? You've pretty much entered into troll territory at this point. And I'm guessing you're just going to laugh about it, which you just did, which proves further that you are just a troll. So I don't be. Have you been here before? Are you just a troll? Okay, well, chill out, man. You've entered into the world of obnoxiousness now. this guy's such a jerk. I'm just trying to, I'm trying to build a certain culture here. My private community, I would say we have a very, very good culture. But yes, along the way, I have been called a jerk. I have been called I'm being mean. I have been blah, blah, blah. But I don't know. We still have, I don't know. I'm a big prescriber of iron sharpens iron. If you're a piece of butter, man, I don't care. See ya. Butter ain't going to sharpen iron. I want iron. And if you think I'm mean, that's fine. I think you're a piece of butter. I want pieces of iron. So yeah, like I said, maybe that never means we'll ever grow like into a live stream of thousands of people, but I'd rather have a few hundred pieces of iron than a few thousand pieces of butter. Butter. MNQ have a hard time breaking above. Yeah. No, that is exactly why this is the top of the channel. I mean, I think the 5-minute probably illustrates it even better. But yeah, that is the level you're talking about. 930 right there. Top of this. Actually, is there any more history? Well, I didn't mean not do that. I did not mean to do that. Not real. Who remembers that fake break? I think that's where, yeah, that's where I got a little carried over. I took that short on the way back down and was kind of rubbing it in. I wasn't proud of that moment. Again, I apologize for that one. But anyways, yes, that level is definitely key. Come on, hey, Nathan. I may or may not have noticed that too. Yes, I do take quick looks at people's profiles. If they start to enter into troll territory, I'm like, well, let's see if I can do a quick little investigation. More like a trader. This is how traders speak on the trading floor. They are. But the thing is, Charlie, I'm not even. Yes, I do have sarcasm. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just trying to keep things as clean as possible. And like, if you got a trade plan, fine, tell us your trade plan. But when you're showing up using a bunch of fancy words that nobody knows and that ultimately don't actually mean anything because there's no, like, we don't know how you would play it, just give us some numbers, brother. Oh, yeah. I was like, wait a second. Wait, but this is raspberry. Okay. Then it did turn out to be a very evident rage bait, which is fine. I don't mind if you try to rage bait me as long as it's just super obvious. But if it's the one where it's like, and even if you mean it in a good, with like good, if you mean it like totally just joking around, like just all I ask is just make it abundantly obvious. Good example of that was raspberry trades. A clear rage bait, but he made it very, very apparent. But it's the ones where it's like, oh man, I was just trying to rage bait you. It's like, well, don't try to actually do that. There's enough true trolls already trying to do it. Hey, thank you, Danny boy. I appreciate that. My kids will eat. Yeah, turtle toilet paper, as I call it. Ooh. Oh no. Do we? Okay, I'm gonna do it. Okay, I'm in for the short. I chased it down a little bit, but it's only 3 MNQ. Oh, I P&L traded. That was don't mimic. This is the ego. This was the YouTube live stream voice. That was just telling me, get it back to green. Get it back to green. And look at that. And I realized now everybody's like, yeah, you're an idiot for doing that. So I realize the irony that this very thing is backfiring on me, but look at that. Back to green. Back to green. I really hope this thing collapses because that'll show you the dangers of P&L trading. What is P&L trading? I got in that and I didn't watch the chart. I wasn't watching the chart at all. All I was watching was that P&L. And as soon as that thing got up over $20, I'm like, I'm out. P&L trading is a great way to miss out on some really good trades because you start to see green and then you're like, oh, I like green. Oh, I should take that green. And then you take the green and then it's like, oh man, had I waited another 27 seconds, I would have had $1,000 more of green. But yes, that was a completely egocentric YouTube. But let me put it this way though, not a degenerate trade, not a random trade. That thing broke out, came back down, and man, so this recovery back up is actually quite impressive. To have this, usually these sorts of movements really start to freak people out. So again, I'm not saying that there was no logic. There was logic behind it, but it was the trade management where the ego took over, and it just went totally to P&L trading. So entry, nothing bad there. That all made sense, and in my defense, it did also work out. But yeah, I was totally P&L trading it. So the trade management is where things got a little squirrely, brothers. It did, didn't it? I didn't notice that. Good call, gaming. Yeah, good call. I did not notice that, but look right where it bounced off of, that 50-period moving average. Classic example of this former breakout area now being a support. In fact, for those of you longer time people, you've been here before, you know we like these trades. The breakout, the back test, and go. But yes, I did not notice that. So that's on me. That's on me. But yeah. Well, if you want to help support the stream, if you're enjoying, this is completely viewer supported. There are no sponsorships, nothing like that. So to be very just black and white, brutally business honest, if you want the stream to continue, then code Clay, all caps, with any of these prop firms is how to ensure that happens. So like I said, if you enjoy enough and you want to help support it, then that is the best way. Yes, hitting the like button, it certainly does help. But like I said, the brass tacks of it all, the part that maybe offends some, but like I said, I'm just being brutally transparent from a business standpoint. If I'm going to use 4 hours out of my day, especially when I have 6 kids and I could be doing other things, I got to be able to justify spending these 4 hours doing what I'm doing because I really do enjoy it. It's a fun time. But at the end of the day, I would argue it's immoral if I'm just going to do stuff just because it's fun. Screw the kids, screw my family because I'm having fun for 4 hours. To me, that's no bueno. However, if I can justify it, if it makes quote unquote sense, then I'll keep doing it. And it does, as long as people are using code Clay. Again, I'm well aware some people are offended by that. Shame on you for trying to monetize your time. Shame on you for trying to manage your time wisely. I get it. That does offend some people. But for those of you that are not offended and understand code Clay, and also code Clay saves you money anyway. So it's a good win-win for everybody. You're saving money. You're getting the current deal. And you're helping to support the stream and ensure that it continues. So on your way out, if you don't mind hitting the like button, we're only 18 away from 300. So if we have 18 people here that could hit the like button, we'd at least get 300, which I would consider a pretty big success given how often I forgot to remind people over the course of the stream. So I don't know, maybe we got 18 of you here that are still willing to hit the like button, but that would be pretty epic if we could push this up over 11 more people to push this up over 300. But either way, like I said, on your way out, make sure you hit that like button. Make sure if you're not yet a subscriber, subscribe and turn on notifications. Usually I'm here early. The latest I'll be here is 11 a.m. Eastern, but like I said, if you want to know exactly when I do go live, then subscribe and turn on notifications will make you aware of that. 6 away, just 6 more people. Come on, 6 more people. I think we can do it. But anyways, just bought a one with code Clay. Thank you, I appreciate that, Raspberry. That's very kind of you. Yeah, code Clay feeds hungry kids. I have 6 of them, and they are hungry. So yes, it is not a lie. If you use code Clay, you are feeding hungry children. They do happen to be my children, but they are children and they are hungry. So 297, 3 more. 3 more. Who's going to be my 3 knights in shining armor? But either 299. Okay, I'm staying until we get 1 more. I refuse to leave. Maybe I'll be here all night, but who's gonna be my knight in shining armor? Pushes. Hey, 303. We did it. Crazy. All right, Ronnie. Hopefully you'll be back. Sounds like you were able to acknowledge you'll tone it down, which is great. I appreciate that. You're being like, okay, I hear what you're saying. No shame in that at all. So I appreciate you listen to the feedback. So hopefully we'll see you back too, Ronnie. But all right, everybody, take care. Hit that like button, subscribe, turn on notifications, and like I said, if you want to feed some hungry kids, code Clay. I like transparency. Got to feed. Yeah, like I said, there's no point. I just got to be brutally honest. Like, hey, this is still a business. I am a father. I'm still trying to. I got to be wise with my time. So yeah, code Clay. But thank you, Gaming. I'm glad you appreciate that transparency. So take care, everybody. Have a good one. See you back tomorrow.